It's a Thursday morning. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
65 degrees right now, a little bit cloudy. Rain this morning. It already rained, but it looks like it's going to be sunny for the rest of the day. In fact,
this is a sweet spot right now.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be sunny until Monday.
Yeah.
Oh.
The year forecast for tomorrow, 4th of July, will be perfect. High 77, sunny. Saturday, high 86, sunny. Sunday, high of 89. 89 comes the heat with the sun, man. All right. We're going to get into the 4th of July holiday, the weekend. We got all that stuff going on.
Yeah.
Right? A couple other stories we have to touch on. But before we get there was a story in the DNC this week that unveils that your neck of the woods is getting a brand new baked goods business.
Where's that?
It's going to be in the Pittsford Colony Plaza. Did I see that?
Yeah,
right?
it
Pittsford
looks like
Plaza.
it. Yeah.
That's the same one, right?
The regular
I didn't
plaza.
know it was called something else.
Well, this side. Pittsford Colony Plaza is across the street.
Oh, maybe.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It's in Pittsford.
Okay.
In a plaza.
But it's a bakery.
Okay, it's a bakery that specializes in one specific thing.
Oh, God.
What?
What?
No, it's called Cinnaholic.
What's it called?
Cinnaholic, as in like cinnamon.
Cinnamon?
Cinnamon.
Okay.
So they sell cinnamon buns, but they don't sell just any cinnamon buns.
Yeah.
So right off the bat, they have 20 frosting flavors and toppings you can choose from.
Ooh, buddy.
Really?
So everything from what they call the old school, which is just a cinnamon bun with vanilla frosting.
Yeah.
They have what they call the Cookie Monster. That's topped with cream cheese and chocolate chip cookie dough. They have the caramel apple pie that's got caramel frosting, things like that. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. So it's like cinnamon bun, but exploding.
Exactly. But, Kimmy, there is one thing that makes this cinnamon bun place different than all other cinnamon bun places.
What happened?
I believe it's all vegan.
Yep.
Or at least they have a lot of vegan options.
I will read you a quote from the DNC. You ready?
Yeah.
All products are vegan, dairy-free, lactose-free, egg-free, and cholesterol-free.
So there's like no butter in it.
Yes.
So what does it taste like then? Because that's everything you need to make a bun.
Take your shoe off,
Yeah,
put it in
chew
your
on it.
mouth, and chew on that.
I can't.
Listen,
that has to taste weird.
I was with you on that, but there are some bakeries around town where I have eaten like a vegan cookie and not known the difference.
So what are they putting in it
I
that
don't
makes
know.
it taste like
But
good?
they've figured out ways.
Did you just ask what they put in it to make it taste like good?
Yeah.
To taste good? Taste like good.
Yeah, I did. I don't know, man.
All right, now I know this sounds strange, but this is not a one-off business. In fact, it's a national chain. They have over 100 locations nationwide. It started in California, so they must be doing
Oh, yeah, they'll be a hit.
Right? But I'm with you, man. Like, just the idea.
Is the idea of it ruining it for you
Yeah.
before you
Yeah.
even try it?
Yeah.
Because like if I'm gonna eat something bad,
Yeah.
that's good.
Yeah.
I want all of the bad in the good.
Well, here's the
You know
thing.
what I mean?
But
Remember
what if it tastes good, but it's not as bad?
But that's
I
impossible.
said, man, as a former fatty, I know my fats.
Okay, no, wait.
I know
no,
my fats.
I don't know. You're way out of that game.
Yeah.
So is he.
No, I'm not. I eat
Eh,
this
he
stuff
still does. He does have his cheat day.
Thank you.
Not true.
I keep my legs stretched just in case the Olympics calls again. Well, no, I mean, look, when you say, like, why would you make this stuff? We talked yesterday at the end of the show about how cheese can give you nightmares.
Yes.
And it turns out that just eating anything that has lactose or lacto, as you put it yesterday, 9 toes instead of 10, messes with your system. And
All right.
okay, well, the long way around there is there are more people than they know that are lactose intolerant. There are lots of people that are lactose intolerant that don't realize it. So if you are someone that can't handle dairy or lactose, which there are a lot of people, this is for you, I am just amazed that you could have a company that makes this stuff specifically that has 100 locations
No
nationwide.
kidding. And by the way, it's got to be super ass expensive.
In Pittsford, you think?
Yeah, just a little bit.
think in
It's
Pittsburgh?
going to be like the man's jewelry of buns. Like you'll get your bun on a felt pillow, and you and your wife could look at it and think about it. We'll come back next week. It's like an engagement ring.
You know, it's funny. Even Mans, you walk in and you're like, oh, wow, there's some of this stuff's pretty reasonable.
Yeah.
Like, it's higher than
Yeah.
Mans of the cinnamon buns.
Mm-hmm.
252 WCMF. We're talking about Cinnaholic. It is a vegan cinnamon roll bakery, a national chain that is coming to Pittsford Plaza. It looks like it's going to open in the fall. Here's what really bothers me.
Right.
If you listen to the show on a regular basis, you may be aware, I love Cinnabon.
Yeah.
I live for Cinnabon. We don't have any Cinnabuns around us. No. I have driven an hour out of my way with my daughter on the road for hockey to get Cinnabon. So when I saw the headline,
You got excited.
I flipped out because it says custom cinnamon roll bakery coming to upstate New York, and and then it's like a vegan. It was like an arrow, arrow through my heart.
So I have a family member who has had health problems. So like every time we're with this family member, we always have to find something, like seek something like this out. And I have been surprised at how many foods they've been able to like replicate to taste like the real thing. The only thing I have yet to find that they even say they can't find like something equivalent of, Italian food, like pasta. Like they're like every time the pasta always tastes a little off, or like the texture's a little weird.
That chickpea pasta.
They make chickpea pasta.
Yeah.
So that stuff is horrible.
Yeah. Have you ever cooked it before?
Yeah. So that's what they give my grandson.
Oh, okay.
And it's horrible because I saw it one day. Let me take it. Oh my god.
Yeah.
This is tubular cardboard.
That's the only one I'm like, nope, I can't do that.
And the kid loves it.
Well, because
he don't know.
Exactly.
He don't know. My Italian grandmother, would be rolling over in her grave right now if she knew that kid was eating cardboard.
Yeah, but I mean, I heard she was a dick, so
she was a huge.
So that's what you get.
That's what you get.
Your great
granny
grandchild that's eating cardboard. No, we tried that chickpea pasta during the pandemic.
Yeah,
because we were running out of things.
And it was all. That's all that was left for a reason.
Yeah.
And I was like, I got excited because I'm like, oh, I can eat this,
Sure.
right?
Yeah.
Like, great. And
You're
you're right.
like, no.
It's horrible.
And like there was one night where I cooked it for just a little too long, and it just disintegrated.
Yeah,
it completely
falls apart.
All right, so we were wondering how expensive this is going to be. Matthew writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. $5 to $8 per cinnamon bun.
Holy $8 for a little bun?
I don't think that's
that seems
normal.
normal.
Right. No,
like if you go to any bakery and get a big old cinnamon bun.
But yeah, how big is it
like
though?
$5.
They chinch you?
Well, I don't know. I've never been to this place. Like, I mean, most cinnamon buns are over $5, $6 now.
Wow.
Like there's a bakery in Skaneateles. And the only reason I like going to Skaneateles, I think it's called the Skaneateles Bakery or something like that, where they make these, like Princess Leia-sized head
huge ass
cinnamon buns, right? And I think those are like $7 to $9.
Well, if it's huge, you can split it with somebody.
But all baked goods are huge now. You can't buy regular-sized cookies. You can't buy regular-sized muffins, right? You know what I heard?
What's that?
Baked goods.
Yeah.
Out of control. That muffin goes to like 7 inch black. It is surprising. Like I feel like the domination of Italian bakeries throughout the history of Rochester has put up a Berlin Wall, if you will, of other bakeries succeeding in Rochester.
Like chains, especially.
Yeah.
I don't even know what a chain bakery would be.
Well, I guess Dunkin' Donuts would be a chain bakery.
Is that technically a chain bakery?
Well, yeah, I mean, it is a chain.
I just think of it more for coffee.
But like a Cinnabon, right? Like I mean, we had a Cinnabon for a brief time.
Yeah.
What was it, Arundequoit Mall, and then it disappeared. And there are like, really good like artisan bakeries locally, but you have to go search them out.
Yeah.
And like the ones that aren't like the little artisan bakery, either they get really big, like Leo's Bakery in Delray, right? It's so sweet. And that place is great. But if you don't live on the east side, like that's a hell of a
hike.
And for whatever reason, you Italians won't make cinnamon buns.
Yeah, it's not our thing.
No, why? It's the same damn thing.
Because Italians have like they're just locked into like their stuff.
That's what I'm saying.
You're not going to find a donut in there.
No, what are you talking
You'll
about?
find like pizza frita.
Soccer Sam makes donuts. He's Italian.
Well, but he had to buy out.
Shop.
I love how you're talking.
He had to muscle in.
Got to buy him out, buddy. Got the tricolor donut. Very delicious.
Yes.
Don't they make, what's the tricolor pastry?
Yeah, Neapolitan looking thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not what it is.
I know. There's some name for it.
Okay, I'm Italian and I used to be a fat guy. I don't know
Those
what
things
it's
are
called.
delicious.
What the hell is that called?
It's Italian crack, man, because I could eat a plate of those things.
You can't tell me what it's called. Hey, can I get one of them things that's Italian crack? What the hell's that called?
I used to just call it Neapolitan, but I guess.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was called.
Yeah, I think it is Neapolitan.
Like the little
It's 3
blocks.
colors.
Yeah.
It's almost like a little slice of cake.
Okay, I thought the Neapolitan was just the ice cream. I didn't know it was
Well, I think it's the same concept.
Okay, no, I understand.
Yeah, Neapolitan cookies. That's what they call them.
Okay, I'm sorry. But they make a donut
Unless you're
like
thinking
that.
of something
Oh,
else.
you Italian? Oh, okay.
You didn't
I wasn't
stand up
sure.
immediately and be like, I'm Italian. Let me tell you about Italy.
Stand behind your cookies. What are you playing? A ukulele?
Mandolin, but I don't know how to do a mandolin with my voice. How do you do it? Go ahead.
I have no
That's
idea.
what I'm saying. Your dad played the mandolin.
No, he didn't.
Very talented from what I understand. It does feel like, and if I'm wrong, tell
What's
me,
that?
252 WCMF, the bakery dominance has started to shift towards the east side as the years go on in the
Well,
greater
because it's
Rochester area.
getting more, hipster. It is. It's not. It's not the standard stuff you got back in the day.
Yeah, like when I walk into Leo's Bakery in Delhi and they have Radiohead playing.
He may. I don't know.
Shut up.
But that's like,
Leo's Bakery.
but Leo's a weird place because it's like a full service
Yes.
store.
No, I understand, but like
I mean, he's got like subs, salads, all that stuff.
I got it. But like when it comes to like Kimmy, the traditional bakeries, right
Yeah.
on the west side, we see these Italian bakeries closing, and it started around COVID. And one of the quotes that like sticks in my head for the rest of my life, they talked to I'm not sure if it's Marticello's, whoever was closing, one of the bakeries. And the guy said, nobody wants to pay $9 for a loaf of bread.
Right.
When you can get it at Wegmans or Tops for $5. And it sucks because that bread is awesome.
Oh, yeah.
Sure.
But he's right.
Yeah.
But like the city, Park Ave, Monroe Ave have a bunch of great bakeries.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
hipster area.
Yes.
There's a lot downtown.
Every little east side town has like those artisan things now. But like it's almost like one disappears, the old Italian bakery disappears on the west side, and it sprouts like two new east side bakeries, and that's not fair. It's not fair to me.
Well, because the West Side don't want to spend. I mean, those old timers ain't going to spend money.
We're not supporting it.
What are you talking about? The old timers are the ones keeping those places open in the first
No, but if those prices go up, they'll make it at home.
Not like east siders.
What?
You guys spend money?
Yeah, we spend
Do
money.
you spend money?
I don't. My wife does.
Okay. No, she doesn't. No, she doesn't. Like I think there's space for like one giant kick-ass do-all bakery.
Where would you put it?
Well, isn't that what do you mean? What do you mean by do all?
I guess
Like a Leo's?
I guess
that does
Leo's,
everything?
like the
would be
same
the
thing.
closest
Okay,
kind
yeah,
of
'cause they have
thing.
like a deli and stuff.
No, I'm saying I just want a bakery that'll make me all my baked goods. I
All
want
the-
all the muffins. I want
across the board.
Yes, I want all the
From
Italian
all over the
food.
world.
You got it. I want donuts. I want cinnamon rolls. I want to walk in that
Ooh,
morning.
an around the world bakery.
Yeah.
I love
Pastry
it.
World.
Yeah,
There you go.
like every section's like a different part of the world.
They're $1 million
So
idea.
lottery tickets and cigarettes and all that stuff.
You're saying
Gas
that,
station out back.
you're saying that like it's a joke, like that wouldn't work. Like if you sold
Truck stop.
cigarettes, lottery tickets, and the most delicious
Maybe a little
pastry.
pornography.
Pornography on the bacon.
Oh, look at that.
Bro, they could do
Dirty donuts, baby.
Bro,
Oh my god.
dirty donuts.
Okay, that's what we call it then.
We'd sell it to like 5 guys every morning. I'm sure we could do it.
Yeah, we got the same 5 perverts.
All right, Kimmy, you got one day left on Earth.
Uh
The last baked good you want to eat, pastry, is what?
Like a bear claw.
Really?
Yeah,
I didn't see that one coming.
yeah.
Hmm.
I think that's
A
that's what I
bear
think.
claw?
Yeah.
Okay. And they're not bad. It's just like your last ever pastry is a bear.
It's a good pastry.
All right, we turn our attention to bitch-ass bitch over here. Last day on Earth. It's all over.
Yeah.
Your final pastry is what?
Those Italian almond cookies.
Really?
Yeah, I love those.
You
things.
guys
Just like
have
the
the
crunch.
Which the ones that has the little slivers
Yeah,
on
yeah.
top,
Yeah.
and it has that almond paste in the middle.
Do you dunk it in the coffee?
Thank you.
Yeah, no,
Man,
it's
that
like-
is heaven.
No, I love those.
Heaven.
I love those cookies. It's like it's like God asked, what would it taste like if a cookie had 80% of the flavor it's supposed to
When it
have?
comes to most Italian cookies, I don't know if I actually like them or they were just forced on me so much as a child
Well, like those
that it's
biscotti.
just like it's just like, oh yeah, I have to have that.
So my old man would eat one of those biscottis every morning.
Mm-hmm.
He used to call them anisette toast, and he would dunk it in his. But he ate those every day of his life. He'd have 2 with his coffee.
And he made it to 80-something.
87.
There you go.
And chain smoked, and was an alcoholic.
I think Kimmy brings up a good point that all Italian cookies, the flavor is always in the
Kind of
frosting.
meh. I mean, it's not like the best cookie in the world.
No, I'm with you. I'll eat them though. I mean, I'll hammer. I'm
Yeah.
with you. They were just stuffed in my mouth
Yeah.
as a kid. So
Well, some of those cookies, it's just the same cookie with different designs to it,
Different
and it's just an
shapes.
array of colors. You know.
another Italian scam job. Way to go. Yeah, no, it's a different cookie. Try that one. No, I swear to God, different cookie.
75 cents.
We got a dynamite, different kind of cookie. Got a break for you this morning here on CMF. It's Thursday. You know what that means?
Oh yeah, gonna bitch it out, buddy. Good luck.
That's right. We got a Bitch Voice Theater. Wait do you see? If you want to see Tommy's stupidest outfit, because the hat makes it. If you're watching the live
Well, I'll put the
stream,
hat on when we do it.
We'll put the hat.
When we do- it's
So-
a TV
When it's an official bitch voice theater.
So if you weren't gonna stay before,
Stay for the theater.
he's gonna put the hat on at 7
The
o'clock.
hat will be on.
Also, if you'd like to catch the hat before Bitch
Mm-hmm.
Voice Theater, Duffy on WCMF. I just posted a video this morning where Tommy looks like the dumbest man on the.
What?
No, like you look like they're opening a
Don't
museum.
start.
Okay.
You save something.
Look at, oh, excuse me. Yes, Jedi of comedy.
Theater is not open yet.
Bitch Voice Theater after 7. Also after 7, there is a gentleman who sent us a Facebook message. You know, we read a Facebook message from a listener earlier this week, and when
Yeah.
that happens, the floodgates just fly open. He is supposed to take a vacation with his ex-wife, her new husband, and all the kids.
This is strange.
Here's the thing, man. Up until this point, it doesn't seem like it's a problem.
Why would you sign up for that?
Okay. Kimmy, it seems like everybody gets along.
Yeah.
And this is no big deal.
All right.
The problem is something has changed in his life, and he doesn't want to be a part of this vacation anymore. However, he understands how it looks. It almost feels like he's just looking for someone in the room to be like, yeah, you don't have to go.
Yeah.
But it's strictly pride, Tom. It's strictly pride.
It's too late.
We'll get into the story just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF with a hat,
Yeah, that's going to be on, buddy.
plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy.
Yeah.
They are officially here.
They're here.
I mean, a couple years ago, we had a story about this. Someone on the West Side said they saw
Say they saw it?
Say, they out here saying,
What they seen?
they seeing one of these. And the DEC said they were crazy.
Uh-oh.
And now the DEC is looking to collect these things that they said did not exist in our area.
Collect?
We'll get into them next here in the break room on CMF. For years, we were told it was just our imagination, man.
Yeah.
You're just seeing things, man. Well,
What?
folks saw enough, but now the state is doing something about it.
So it's there.
It seems like it. And this is a bit of a mind-f story because these weren't around, Kimmy, when we were growing up. If you've lived in the greater Rochester area, you have not had to deal with these. But it seems now
Yeah.
they're back.
But they're back.
Because they were here like hundreds of years ago.
So they just kind of wandered back from history?
I guess.
Okay.
You hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. CMF wants you to know that the haunted hayrides of Greater Rochester, they're back.
Oh, wow.
And they're hiring. Paid roles for actors, narrators, even non-scary jobs. Bro, you walk in, you got yourself a gig easy. Behold the ravages of old age. If you love to terrify people and get paid for it,
Oh,
join the Boo Crew now. Get it?
Oh, boo.
Boo.
Not like what you used to get.
Apply at Haunted Hayrides.
Booze. Comedy Club.
We got it. We all got the joke.
Boo.
Apply at hauntedhayridesrochester.com. Just after 6:45 this morning. It's an idea by the state, idea from the state that is going to give people the ability to make sure they don't get ripped off.
Oh, great.
But the problem with this, although their hearts are in the right place, when you give people a place to complain, bad things happen. And we'll get to it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. The state of New York has announced
What are they doing?
they're going to start trapping bobcats.
Oh.
Oh, so there's enough of them to trap.
Is what it seems, Kim.
Okay.
The New York-
Bobcats.
The New York State Department of Environmental Conservation says they've had a boom in bobcat sightings across New York, but especially
Wow, pussycat.
in Central and here in Western New York.
So we got them.
Yeah, it's what it looks like. The plan from the DEC is to catch them, tag them, get their sex and their age. It's like a forced DMV.
Yeah. Right.
And then, I guess, let them go again to track them?
So where do you... Wait. So they're just going to track them. They're not trying to get rid of them.
Well, no, it doesn't sound like
Like
they're
move
trying
them back to someplace else.
Well, I mean, I don't know where you're moving them. Like, they were here.
Send them to Pennsylvania. Let them deal with it.
Well, no, because they'll just come back.
Oh.
I mean, they're here already for a reason. They wandered back for a
So
reason.
they were not here for a while?
Yeah, so at one point, there were only bobcats in certain parts of New York, and it looks like it was the Adirondack area.
Mountain cat.
You got it. But the state believes they are now all over New York with the exception of New York City.
So they must have
Okay.
been banging like crazy.
Probably banging like crazy. Farmers especially believe they've been seeing these cats lurking around, and it makes sense. The cats are looking for food.
What do they eat?
Anything.
Well, I mean, they
Probably
eat
like
like
smaller animals. I guess.
Chickens, yeah, like things like foxes, like 5'5" Italians, and stupid hats, and shoes that are supposed to look like alligator shoes, but they're not really alligator.
they're crocodile.
They're not crocodile. Are they real crocodile?
They're real crocodile.
You're such a douchebag. You're such a
They're from Spain.
Oh, I forgot about those
It's a Spanish crocodile.
Spanish crocodile. What does that sound like in Spanish?
I
I don't even know.
don't speak Spanish that well. In my village.
You guys, you gonna have your heads on a swivel for a bobcat?
I don't know if they're that dangerous. Like, will they attack you or will they leave you alone?
So the good news is,
Good news.
according to the DEC, bobcats generally afraid of people.
Okay.
They only come around looking for food. It is recommended, however, to keep an eye on your dogs and
Yeah, I was
cats.
gonna say
So,
that's
alright, so
really
they'll
what you
grab
got to
your
watch
dog.
out for, right? If you have other little animals running around.
Like, I don't know how big they are.
About the size of a bobcat.
Oh, regular bobcats.
Yeah.
I mean, it says like a house cat, or they look like something like a coyote.
Right, so it's interesting you asked that question. And the phone number is 252-WCMF if we have people with better bobcat facts, because we're not bobcat experts. Folks in the greater Rochester area for the last 5 or 10 years have claimed they've seen bobcats on their property. We've talked about this a little bit.
Yeah.
throughout the
Those
years.
trail cams and
Yep.
crap.
There was one story a few years ago in Chili where someone took a still photo of what they believed was a bobcat.
Yeah.
And the DEC told this person that bobcats don't live around here.
Ain't no damn bobcat.
They said it was a fat house cat.
Oh, okay.
That's what they claimed. So when you ask what the size is, I mean, I don't know. If they believed it was a fat house cat,
Then they're not that big.
I don't know. Was that person right all along in Chili?
Maybe.
I'd be doing a victory lap
Seriously.
this morning. I'd be calling the DEC, hey, you remember who it is? Fat cat guy. Who's a dick now? But we don't know why all of a sudden they're back.
Well, they must have bred like crazy and they're just moving around looking for food.
Okay, unless something is changing in the environment climate where it's better here than it was the other places they were.
Getting warmer, maybe?
Or are they
I don't know.
developing more in those other places?
Like
where
working
they-
out. Like that Rocky 4 montage. There's no easy way out. Bobcat coming home. You were saying, I'm sorry.
I don't know. Like, are they building homes and businesses and stuff? Like where they normally
Are
were
we
hanging
encroaching
out?
on their territory?
Yes.
But we didn't know they were
Like
out
where
here.
your house is.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
look, that would make sense because there are people building further out into the country. But it doesn't sound like they were there even when there weren't homes. I guess you're right. If we weren't out there, we wouldn't know.
Yeah.
But people did own that property, so
Yeah.
you think they would have saw them. It's funny too. You said building homes and businesses like you were talking about the Bobcats again. There's a vegan cinnamon roll Bobcat business opening in Pittsford. 252 WCMF, the state of New York, the Department of Environmental Conservation is going to begin trapping bobcats. They now believe that bobcats have moved all across the state of New York. They were not in western and central New York when we were growing up, but they're here now, and they're trying to figure out where they're going, what they're doing here, tracking them.
Well, they let them hunt them, like to thin them out.
So I don't know if we have that many.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a problem yet.
Yeah. I mean, we don't hear any stories about people getting, like, attacked or animals
No,
killed
true.
by, right? Because that would be a story.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But it's not.
Right. I mean, maybe they're good to eat. I don't know.
Okay, we did a story yesterday about eating roadkill.
Yeah, but that's roadkill.
No, but you even freaked out about people that hunt to eat.
No, but maybe some people like a good bobcat burger.
All right, but we've eaten every
Bob
animal.
burger.
We've eaten every animal, right?
Yes.
All right, there isn't an animal on the earth.
No, we tasted everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Some of it sucked.
If Bobcat was good, we'd be
Right.
raising bobcats.
I don't
and eating
know.
Bobcats.
Maybe we just, maybe they did back Frontier Day and they gave up on it for a while.
Kimmy, can you Google is bobcat meat good?
Probably good with a nice glass of bourbon.
What other? We don't eat any other cats. Do we eat cats? We don't eat cats.
No, we don't.
We don't eat lion. We don't eat.
I mean,
tiger.
certain cultures do. But I think we just don't do it because we think it's low end.
No, name another. No, even when you go to like quote these, you're doing an old ass joke.
No, they
He's doing an old
They
ass
do
joke.
legit eat cats and dogs and frogs and everything else. And
Cats and dogs and frogs.
So it's a nice platter.
Okay, yeah, but
It's
like
a big party platter.
there in most countries, you're not walking into a restaurant where there's any kind of cat on the menu. Why don't we eat cats?
I don't know because I'm pretty sure they eat cat in India and China.
Okay, what are you basing that on?
India and China, they're full of cat meat and dog meat. Well, don't forget in India they don't eat the cow, so they got to eat something.
You got to eat the cat.
because the cow is sacred. So
Yeah.
screw that cat.
You know, now that I'm thinking about it, we don't eat any kind of dog either.
No.
Like no wolves, no coyotes.
Well, I'm sure we did back in the day.
Oh, have you ever heard of like settlers like shooting a wolf and eating it?
They had to,
Well,
bro. They were starving out there.
no.
Anything that moved had an ass on it, they were going to pop it.
I understand, but it's you hear about settlers like eating bison,
Yeah,
and, like deer and things like that. You don't hear like Lewis and Clark settling down for a nice
Wolf sandwich?
wolf steak.
Maybe there's not a lot of meat on them.
Probably not. Maybe
You know what I
that's it.
mean?
Too
Like maybe
scrawny
that could
ass.
also be part of the reason why it was never a regularly served animal.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. But there's not a lot of meat on frogs either, and you can find
The
frogs.
legs. They ate the legs.
No, that's what I'm saying. But you can find frogs legs in America.
Yes, you
There's
can.
a place in Rochester that serve frogs legs. Matt writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. I'm going to say it like I think he means me to say
Okay.
it. Saw a bobcat near Leroy when I was a kid. Bobcats can be as big as a poodle, can be vicious.
Okay, that's not intimidating to say that.
Poodles,
Pick another dog.
Poodles
Some
are
bitch as big as a
big.
poodle.
they're huge.
Yeah.
Well, which poodle are you talking about?
Well, no, not the little poodle.
Standard
like the actual
poodle.
Thank you. Like, they're
All
like
right.
that big.
But it's just don't use that dog for measurement when you're trying to scare people.
Give me another dog in that
I
size.
saw a gator one time, size a goddamn full-size poodle.
Yeah, that would be a huge gator.
He is up on his hind legs.
That tall. It's a big.
all furry and cute.
Poodles are big. Do we have any word on whether or not bobcats are good to eat?
Not really. Doesn't
Okay.
seem like there's a lot of information about, the taste of it.
Would it be against the law for me to kill a bobcat in my yard?
Like to defend yourself, like protect your kid.
Okay, I guess that would be okay. Like, because if we didn't know there's no bobcat hunting. Could you Google if there's a bobcat hunting season? Because if we didn't think they were around here, there
Right.
would be no need for
So
that.
let's say I just hit it with something, you killed it,
Yeah.
because you can't shoot it in your yard.
No. Unless you live out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, but I mean, you're just defending your property and your kid. You can kill anything.
Yes.
You can.
No, you can't say it like that either. Now you sound like you live in the state of Florida. You own my property? Bang, 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 bang.
So there are bobcat hunting seasons in many states, including New York.
Oh,
Has a season that generally runs from late October to mid-February.
So somebody must be eating them if we're hunting them.
Oh,
or
unless
they're using them for like fur or something. I don't know.
or trophies.
Yeah.
Oh.
Right? You get that thing mounted,
Yeah.
stuffed.
That'd
Put
be
it up.
pretty cool looking.
Looks like you can hunt them in the Adirondacks.
Okay. Salt writes us on Instagram. I'm sorry, Kim. I didn't mean to cut
That's
you.
okay.
We're talking about the story yesterday. The state of New York has announced the Department of Environmental Conservation is going to start trapping bobcats. 5-10 years ago, folks that said they saw bobcats in the greater Rochester area were told they were mistaken. They are not here. It seems they are now here or have been here the entire time. They are going to catch them, tag them, get their sex and their age, and it looks like they're going to release them back out into the wild to see where they're going and what they're doing. Salt writes us on Instagram. Bunch of my friends and I swear there was a bobcat living on or around the MCC campus for a few months back in 2021
They
when I
had
worked
probably
there.
dropped out.
Could you imagine going to freshman literature class?
Yeah.
There's a bobcat, and he's all pissed because he can't move the pages in the textbook because he's got no thumbs. He's got no thumbs, people.
Yeah, it sucks.
It's hard here. I mean, I understand the education is affordable, but I got no thumbs. All right, let's take a break. Their heart is in the right place.
Okay.
Right? Like the state doing this, it's a good idea in theory. In practice, however, it's going to be a nightmare because you don't want people to get ripped off, and you don't want people to have to jump through hoops to get back what they had taken from them. But at the same time, when you give people a place to complain, things get bad.
It's always a bad idea, man.
We'll get into the story next here in the break room on CMF. In theory,
Yeah.
this is a great idea.
Mm.
A place where you can go if you feel hoodwinked,
Yeah.
bamboozled,
Okay.
ripped off. You're not just shouting into the void. You're making sure something is done about it. And the problem here, however,
Yeah.
there are plenty of folks in this world who are never happy, and they just like to complain. And this is going to be a magnet for you types of people. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 7 o'clock. It's Thursday. You know what that means?
Yeah, I think we're going to bitch it out, buddy.
Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. World's easiest bitch voice theater based on the head accessory Tommy has this morning. Also, just after 7 o'clock, last week we read a Facebook message from a gentleman who needed help. He was invited into a threesome. You remember that?
Yeah.
And whenever we read Facebook messages from people, we just get inundated with problems. And I've said it before, and I'll say it again. We are not therapists, right? We are not licensed for this. We're not even good at giving advice, period, as normal human beings. But there is a man who is in a situation that he no longer wants to be in with his ex-wife, her new husband, and his kids.
Yeah.
And it doesn't seem there's any way out of it, although he writes us this hoping it sounds like someone in this room will be like, oh, here's why you don't have to go.
Okay.
And we'll get into it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. New York State's DMV is looking out for you.
What are they doing?
They have launched a new online campaign for folks that feel they were unfairly treated or scammed by car dealerships and repair shops.
All right.
So the state saw this as a necessity after the amount of complaints they have had made through official channels in the last couple of years.
Just basically about over mechanics.
Mechanics, yeah, pretty
Service,
much, yeah. So whatever happened.
Yeah.
So, for example, last year, 470 New Yorkers got more than $1.5 million in refunds through the state for repairs and bad deals. But the problem with that, the process is not easy. And the state estimates there were thousands of more people that had legitimate gripes and issues that never had their voices heard because there's no one place to go.
Yeah.
This new online complaint forum fixes that problem. And on the surface, it's a great idea. It's government working for you.
Okay.
Bravo. But you're making a face.
So wait, I got a complaint, then the state's going to chase down this dude that ripped me off on my brake job?
Yep.
And then they're going to give me my money back?
Yes, it's going to be the state.
So they're going to do the whole thing?
Well, the state, look, I don't know how the actual process works,
Yeah.
but it gives you the ability to go to the state and say, hey, this happened.
I
Not
got
only-
Something wrong here. Check into it.
Exactly. Not only am I getting made whole again,
All
it's
right.
alerting the state that this place may be doing things that aren't above
Ethical.
board. Yeah, there you
All
go. Okay. But you're making a face.
It doesn't sound. It sounds like you're never going to get what you're looking for.
Okay, that's what you're concerned about?
Yeah, because it sounds like the process is going to take so long, and like to prove that this guy ripped you off, and they're basically now a third party to tell to investigate this.
But they're doing this so that doesn't, because that has been the issue.
Yeah.
They want to make it easier. No, you don't think
it
it
doesn't sound like it's going to work.
I love how you just don't want to have to fill out a form, so you're
hate it, man.
But you don't have to use this.
Yeah, I got to come up with a password and what was the name of your first pet? I don't remember. How do you spell smidgy? I don't want to do all that. I just want to go down there and fix it right. Man.
Okay. Well, yeah, but that's the
but
problem.
I think this is kind of almost not a last resort for people, but I'm sure they've already maybe tried to do something about it and failed. So why not?
But it reminds me like one of those things you'll do it right, thinking you're gonna.
Yeah.
And maybe you get a check like 5 years from now, like you'll forget, and you'll get $50 back in the mail for your brake job.
Sometimes it's people feel better about it just knowing like it's on somebody's radar now. I went and I made the complaint and hopefully something happened.
Did my due diligence.
Yeah, but I love you. Like, people are getting ripped off. Let the business keep ripping them off. Buyer beware is what I say, even though you would have no idea that this is happening. All right. Kimmy,
Yeah.
you saw this story, and your concern wasn't nothing would get done about it. Your concern was when you have a place for a bunch of people to be able to complain.
I mean, the thing is they're going to have to filter out some complaints that may just be a waste of time.
People bitching.
Well, that's just it.
Yes.
The man at the front desk was rude to me. You know what I mean? Like it's less about like, the
bathrooms are
problem
filthy.
with your actual car and more about kind of just petty stuff.
When
They'll complain about the coffee in the waiting room.
you would complain about the coffee.
I wouldn't even touch it.
When you make complaining easy, it brings out all the complainers.
It does.
And you do have to wonder with this new system, of all the complaints that this online portal is going to get, how many of them are legitimate complaints?
So that means somebody's going to have to sit there and sift through all of that crap.
Yeah, it sounds like it. Yeah.
And 90% of it's probably garbage.
Again, I love how you do that. 90%
I don't know
probably.
about
90%,
90%.
Kimmy.
It's a known fact. 90% of people suck.
The easier you make it for people to complain, they will complain.
Okay,
Here they come.
But here's the thing. The counterpoint to that is if you don't make it easy for a place to for people that feel they get ripped off, it's harder for them to get their money back and easier for them to get ripped off. So what are you supposed to do?
Sue.
No, that clogs up the court system.
No, don't they have like sue court, like for just
Sue
suing?
court?
Yeah,
it's
suing.
called court. Small claims court.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, okay. 252 WCMF. Do you look at online reviews for anything anymore before you make purchases?
No, because like half the time, like you'll just get all glowing crap, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then, well, that's not really telling me anything because somebody had to like have an experience here.
Somebody had to have an experience.
You know what I mean?
I don't take them very seriously, but if it's one extreme or another, like if that business is averaging like 1 star per customer, that may be a little bit of a red flag for me.
Okay, I think that's fair when it's super extreme.
Yeah.
But if I want to do something, let's say I want to go someplace, and I see one negative review, guy's a jerk.
Wait, okay, so you
it
think
only
the guy's
takes
a
one
dick
Guy's a
for
jerk.
you.
He doesn't. You know what? He doesn't appreciate quality.
for this place you've never been to?
No, but let's say I really want to go,
Yeah.
and he's like, "Oh, this guy. Look at this guy again.
But
It's over his head.
but that guy
There's no good taste.
not like you.
I know taste, baby.
Yeah.
I was tasting last night pretty good. It was delicious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was that?
Oh, I just had a beautiful meal.
Wonderful.
Then I went over to your mom's house for a little dessert, a little tiramisu.
Shut up. 252 WCMF, the state DMV, has established a portal where people that feel they've been ripped off by car dealerships or mechanics can go to try and get made whole again. And they're doing this because last year, despite the fact that 470 New Yorkers got more than $1.5 million in refunds for repairs through state action, it's very hard to do.
Yeah.
And they want everybody to have the ability to go do this. You know, going back to the looking at online reviews. When they were first a thing, they were brilliant. Because you didn't have to just rely on friends and family anymore. You had these independent people. But now, to the point you guys are making, when you look at online reviews, you get one of two things. You have people that had too high expectations, crapping all over what the service or product was. Or you have these sterling reviews. And whenever I read a sterling review, I assume that is fake, that the owner or a family member
It's
wrote.
too perfect, yeah.
I can't trust a review of anything anymore. Like, there is nothing I can read.
But I still look at them.
Why?
I don't know.
Okay, you sat here and go, that guy's a jerk, this is stupid, and you read all the reviews.
Yeah.
So then now, how are we supposed to judge if a product or service is good before we go if we can't even trust the reviews anymore?
I mean, it would have to be then like word of mouth.
Okay.
Like somebody you know that directly used this company for something that,
but it's,
told you that about their experience. Maybe that does it for you.
But you and I could look at the same thing and come up with two different, completely different feelings about that product or place.
I mean, that's most things for you and I.
But that's everybody. So I'll give you a great example. You went to London.
Yes.
And I just met somebody else that went to London. And you basically went to the same area. And it's like you went to two different countries when they were talking about it.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Like her experience to your experience.
Oh.
Was completely different. And I'm just talking about what they saw on the street.
Okay.
And I was blown away by it because I kept going, no, he really liked that. She goes, that was terrible.
What?
Terrible.
What?
Yeah, terrible. Oh, God, awful.
Okay.
Would never go back. And you loved it.
It was great.
But, I mean, those are two people. You're both about the same age. She's pretty. You're not.
That was unnecessary.
Well, you know what you are. You might have been part of it. She might have saw you in London.
By the way, I'm going to say a totally normal thing for a man my age. That's a pretty 30-something-year-old woman.
She was an attraction.
I know. It's perfect. Hey, you want to give us her ethnicity, too, you old man? No, it's hanging out with this Asian guy. Wah. Kimmy?
Yeah.
Do you have a rock-solid person in your life whose opinion you trust, no questions asked?
Honestly, I probably trust more people than I should. Like I said, if somebody I know, I don't even have to know them that well, but if they say something amazing about their experience, I'm like, I just think like, well, at least they didn't have a bad experience, so maybe it's a trustworthy place. I don't know.
All right, let me ask you this, Kimmy.
Yeah.
In this room, for a place or product, are you more likely to trust Tommy or I when it comes to a review? If we have opposite opinions, whose opinion are you taking more?
It might depend on what the service is.
Okay, so like you would take my
Hair
advice.
and makeup, Tommy.
But you don't.
Do what you don't. He drooled on himself too. If
Just
you're
a little
watching
bit,
the
just a
live
little
stream,
bit.
do what you don't. It's just spit is pouring out of his mouth.
When it comes to like maybe anything online, probably yours.
Well, why? But he's friends with Terry Pagula on Facebook.
Yeah, big time.
You have someone in your life whose opinion you trust, rock solid, no questions asked. If they tell you it's good, you're going.
Yeah, I think again, it depends on what you're talking about.
Okay.
Like I would say, I trusted you about tickets for the Bills game. That sucks.
Yeah.
No, I told you on the back.
No.
No.
You didn't say anything.
No, you said
You said,
you got the tickets and then told me where they were, and I was like, you were in the room for that, Kimmy. You were in the
Oh,
room.
maybe it's not that bad.
Oh, yeah, you should get really high end zone seats. That's where all the movers and shakers
Yeah.
sit, you idiot.
So Kimmy and I trade
Trade.
ideas on what to watch on TV.
Where it's an idea
But I
exchange
always,
of
but I
TV
always
reviews.
oversell it, and then she gets pissed off.
Well, yes, you do, but I'll still watch it.
Yeah, but she's
I
also
do know.
disappointed.
I know enough to know that we both enjoy the same TV
Yes.
shows. So even though you do oversell it sometimes, it's usually something I enjoy.
Okay.
No, you oversell everything, though.
Yeah.
Man. If you like something, it'll be the
I'm
great.
all in.
No,
Yeah.
but it sucks because, like, everybody.
Why?
But right, it does kind of ruin it a little bit.
I'm a good salesman. Man.
No, but you're not getting any, like, commission.
How do you know? Look at these shoes.
Like I said,
So guys that clothes wear these shoes.
bro, it looks like it's a man that had herpes kind of shoe. Looks like a man had herpes was
Well,
cut
that's how
up. in-
an alligator's crocodile skin looks like.
You know what makes it even worse about him overselling the show?
Yeah.
I will oversell it to my husband, so it's like a chain reaction.
Oh.
And then I'm like, Tommy said this scene's crazy. Just wait for it.
Oh,
in
it
this
was too,
episode."
and you know it.
And then we're like, maybe this wasn't the episode he was talking about. And now I feel dumb because I just oversold it to somebody without even seeing it.
It's just a penis. Oh, you see that?
Jesus, how many pieces I gotta see?
I mean, outside of just your day-to-day life.
I've seen them all.
You know, the other side of this that sucks, going back to the portal that the state is going to open for you to try
Yeah.
and, get your money back getting ripped off at dealerships and mechanics and things. Based on what we've been talking about with this complaint portal, there are going to be people who nitpick and lie
Of course.
just to have the ability to complain. And that is going to put some businesses in a bad
The
spot.
whiners.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right? But at the same time, there are also businesses who are going to F up big time, not make it right for their customers, rip people off, and then be like, well, these people are complaining just because they're dicks, right?
Yeah.
Like, I take it back when it comes to reviews online. If there is one thing that immediately sends up a red flag for me, if I see a business openly arguing in the comments with people complaining about them, I'm not going to that joint.
Yeah, because that's just bad business.
Yeah.
Like, you don't know what you're doing.
Like, I get you want to defend yourself, but it is such a
Yeah.
bad look.
You're taking the bait.
Exactly. Like, if you want to call him, if you want to text him, if you want to DM him, right? Like, fine, I get it. Try and make it right. But to air it all out
Yeah.
on your Facebook
Yeah.
page for everyone else to see, it gets so
Yeah.
effing uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's a bad move.
So if you own a business, is your advice of the day.
To give those people credit, though, they do always put their name on it. I've even seen people's pictures with it, too.
What do you mean by that?
Like the bad reviews.
Oh.
They have no problem, like, letting them know, yep, this is me, and I'm posting about
Okay.
it.
All right. Fair
You know?
enough. Fair enough. All right. Look, I don't know why people keep asking us for opinion. And every time we get one of these, I always make sure I write back and I go, are you sure you want us to do this?
Yeah.
Because this is a very personal thing.
Sure.
A man whose marriage did not work the way he wanted it to.
Yeah, it happens.
Produced 2 children, though. And it seems that he and his ex-wife get along really well, so much so that they had a trip plan, not only with them and their children, but their partners at the same time. And it's a big-time trip.
Yeah.
Big-time trip. Like, for these kids, it's like that thing you remember forever and
Sure.
ever and ever. However, after this man agreed to this trip,
Yeah.
something in his life changed. And he now wants no part of this.
Oh, man.
And it sure feels like him writing us this Facebook message. He's looking for anyone in this room to tell him, no, you don't have to go.
To back out.
Yeah. But I don't think there's a way he can.
Do we know the reason why he's backing out?
We do.
Okay.
We do. I will read
All
you
right.
the Facebook message. And look, it's understandable.
Yeah.
I don't know if it rises to the level of, we'll get to that. And it's Thursday. You know what that means?
Well, let's start bitching it out, buddy.
All next here at the break room on CMF. No matter how a relationship ends, you want the other person to think you are doing better without them. And that goes extra when there are kids involved. We have a Facebook message in front of us from a man who might be involved in a nightmare scenario. And for some reason, he is specifically looking for Tommy's advice, even with what he has on his head right now, which is strange because any advice from Tommy ends up with you in a nightmare.
Yeah.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. We'll get to that in just a second.
Yeah.
But it's Thursday.
Yeah, what's going on?
If you are not currently, I strongly advise you to log on to the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube or Twitch, The Break Room, WCMF on YouTube or Twitch, because you're wearing something new today. Well, it's not new.
No, I mean,
You said
some
you
of this
had
stuff's
I
new.
don't remember this.
So Breezy made fun of this, Breezy from down the hall.
Yeah.
She critiqued it, and I think we posted it online.
You're right. Will you break down Tommy's outfit for the folks that are not looking at the live stream?
I already said, like, he is the image of somebody that went to Jazz Fest every night of the week.
Oh.
This is just part of his Jazz Fest rotation, even though the festival is over.
You look like the white guy that gets killed in the beginning of every narco movie. I'm going to take my billions of dollars out to Mexico.
It's just a very casual summer look.
You look like Make-A-Wish Crocodile Dundee. You look like Love's Dick Tracy.
By the way, I'm not kidding you when I say this. Tommy got a compliment on his knees.
Multiple.
A woman wrote,
Yeah. Oh, again?
He actually does have nice knees.
How many chicks are rubbing one out to Tommy's knees?
I don't
2
know.
so far.
Got a knee rubbing.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Okay. You got to really hurt someone. Someone
Oh,
along the
I'm
lines.
Pat Duffy. I'm like Tommy's outfit. He's wearing dress shoes with no socks on and a big fedora hat on. I think it's terrible because he looks like an Eastern European hockey player that retired 45 years ago.
Not even close to that. Not even close to that.
Yeah, very close. Very
No.
close. I look like Dominic Hasek's dad.
No, you don't. You look like Dominic Hasek's cousin that was stuck in Chernobyl. That's what you look
You
like.
little bitch.
We take all your bitch voices, nuclear disaster related or not. We run it back for you. We call it Bitch Voice Theater. Happens now on CMF.
And now, Bitch Voice Theater, featuring Thomas Muley, accompanied by Patrick Duffy.
Personally, I would consider it.
Oh,
but
so you're a pansy.
I'm not gonna
I'm
just.
and I'm just scared to do on the side of the road because I ain't got a man system. I got a little bitch system that can't handle delicious car-killed deer venison. No, bitch.
Pat Duffy. I don't want to see Tommy laying in bed for a threesome in his Portofino shorts because I got to get creeped out because I'm a non-threesome having little bitch.
Whatever you do not make eye contact with me. This trip.
That's $5,000.
Oh, my butt. I live in Pittsford, but I don't actually live in Pittsford. I want to live behind the hog with a collection of shackets, but I don't got $5,000 because I'm a scared-ass, broke-ass bitch.
I ain't got no $5,000 for whim. But you can identify.
No, I don't. I'm saying the
Kinda
deer
do a
is
little
good.
bit. You think even Teddy's camp?
No,
over
I
there a little
don't.
bit. I'm Fat Teddy. I want to eat the meat too. Because I'm a fat, roadkill eating little bitch.
Nailed it. Because you're scared?
No, I would not.
Scared-ass, bitch-ass bitch.
No, I'm not scared. I'm married.
I'm not a square, man.
Oh, no?
Because I'm Pat Duffy, and I'm about to announce the biggest square-ass dad move since the 1950s. This is Eisenhower Square.
First of all, your buttons are
Bitch.
square.
And that was Bitch Voice Theater on WCMF.
Sidebar, Eisenhower Square, the perfect way to describe Tommy's outfit this week.
Okay.
You're like, wow, it's called an interstate, huh? Pretty sweet. So we have in front of us a Facebook message from a guy we're going to call Dave because we're trying to protect the innocent
All right.
here. Dave asked us to change his name because there are some things in this message that apparently people who know him don't know yet.
Okay.
And we've said this 1,000 times. We'll say it again. We are not therapists.
No.
It is I do feel uncomfortable people writing us like this, but every time we bring up a Facebook message like one we brought up last week, we just get blasted with people looking for advice. And this man wants your advice specifically.
Oh.
He writes us, Tommy, quote, I was hoping Tommy could give me some advice. He's Rochester's divorce expert. I am divorced with 2 daughters. My ex-wife and I got divorced in 2021. Our girls are now 10 and 12. She remarried a few months ago. I have had a long-time girlfriend. Right after the wedding, we decided to do an everyone vacation to Disney World with the girls. My ex, her husband, me, and my girlfriend. I was excited for this. My ex and I get along fine.
Yeah.
I get along better with her new husband. He's a really nice guy. He's great with my daughters. He's very respectful of our relationship.
Yeah, what could be the problem?
Things have changed.
Yeah.
As last week, my girlfriend and I broke up.
Oh, no.
Gee, I wonder what the argument was.
Why are you laughing at that?
I'm not. I'm
I'm not
listening.
laughing. I'm just laughing.
Just laughing in general.
He goes on.
I'm happy.
Speaking of his girlfriend, he goes on. He says, she's moving out. I haven't told anyone but my closest buddy. I really don't want to go on this vacation now because it'll be me and my ex-wife and her new husband.
And you got to explain everything now. You're forced into revealing that information.
He goes on. That makes me feel like a third wheel. I don't want my ex to think she's doing better than I am when we're all together all week long. I also know that canceling because of this could make me look like even more of a little bitch. Very appropriate for bitch voice theater. Does not going on the trip make me look worse than going by myself with my ex-wife and her new husband? 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Tommy, he specifically asked for your advice. What do you think?
You got to go.
You're going on the trip.
You got to go.
You say suck it up and go.
I don't even think suck it up. Bro, it's kind of a gift.
What do you mean?
No old lady going on a trip.
You're going to Disney with your kids.
Yeah.
No, but you can enjoy the kids. You don't have to listen to her. And obviously, she's walking around with the funja face all day because she don't want to be there. This is a gift. So what? Who cares what your ex thinks?
Oh.
Some people do. I know.
Why?
Wait.
Why?
You hide from your ex-wife who works with us.
Okay, don't use that as an example. I have not hid from my first wife.
Okay. Who?
'Cause she's in Chicago.
Are you sure she's still alive?
I hope not. But you pray, Pat, but you just don't.
So wait, you see his situation as
a gift.
Okay.
Bro, you don't have to. It'd be super awkward, right? Especially if now she's got an issue. She's not happy in the relationship, and you're down there with her, and that's a disaster.
You're saying if things were already going bad, why make it worse
right.
by going?
And you got to go for the kids.
Okay.
All right, because you can't shaft the kids, because the whole trip is for your two daughters.
And 10 and 12 is that perfect Disney time, too.
Right. And by the way, you could do stuff at night. They're 12 and 13. You can go out and hang out.
Okay.
There's places to party now in Disney.
Okay, well, you're going to go out as a single man and go party in Disney while you're there with your ex-wife or new husband.
You don't have to trail with them. There's other places you can go.
Hey, well, I'm going to see you guys later. Have a good night. Where are you going? Nowhere. You have to be hanging out with everybody the whole time.
No, but it's at a certain point of the night you can break off.
Okay.
They got the kids.
No, who said
You
that?
can go-
No,
you-
you just made that up. There's nothing in the story that says they have the kids.
No, they're watching the kids too. You can break off and go find some Florida tail.
I would think if I'm there by myself, they're going to try and push the kids off on me.
Yeah.
They're newlyweds.
You're the babysitter.
No, I would go the other way.
Yeah, no, I know you would try to do that. I'm
They
telling you.
want their mother. The mother. You got to sell it that way.
Oh, I didn't think of talking like that.
Yeah.
Kimmy?
What murder?
What mad?
No
By the way,
murder.
You got the perfect hat for that today, too. Kimmy,
Yeah.
can he not go on this trip?
I do think he has to go because of the kids. I think that kind of forces your hand there. Because then you're going to have to explain to your kids, like, why you're not going anymore. They were probably looking forward to you coming along. Yeah, I think you got to go because of the kids.
Okay.
If the kids got their own room and you got your little privacy at night.
No kid's going to, no, 10 and 12, they're not going to have their own room.
Yeah.
Well, they could have the couple of them could have a suite and you got a little side room.
Okay, listen, rich kid Pittsford.
No, but I
at
could
money.
as a single guy now. I could sit there and get wasted, look at porn. At night.
Nobody can afford a side room in a hotel room at Disney.
Yes, you can.
No, you can't.
I mean, a little room.
The
not a
average-
suite,
the-
junior suite.
Average Disney trip standard for a family of 4 is now over $6,500 for just a couple of days.
All right, that's on them. I'm over here,
No,
single dad, one income.
I don't. Okay.
What?
252 WCMF 252-9263. I mean, you think the vacation with the ex and the kids is a bad idea? Period.
I mean, yeah, but I mean, if you're already in on it, and I get you want to do for the kids, you gotta go because you're gonna look like a huge dick bailing.
All right, I agree with you. I think we're all in agreement here. He has to go
Yeah.
on the trip unless there's something we're missing. 252 WCMF. That being said, let's say we can go back in time.
All right.
And maybe it's his ex-wife's idea, her
Mm-hmm.
new husband's idea. They come to him and they go, we want to do this big family trip. Do you have the ability to say no before the trip is planned?
Oh yeah, you say I'll do my own thing with the kids.
Okay.
We don't have to do everything together.
Oh.
I mean, nothing's been set in stone
Sure,
yet.
yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, you go do your thing and I'll do my thing. You take them to Disney, I'll take them to Hershey Park.
No, but see, now you create
the day's drive.
But that's another problem.
What?
Right? Because if, let's say, they have the ability to take the kids to Disney, maybe you don't have that kind of income.
Right.
Well, now mom and new dad are winning at this whole parenting game.
But I guess if it doesn't bother you.
It's going to bother you. It's going to bother you.
Yeah, but I mean, you can't get into this financial arms race with these people if you don't have the bank.
No, I hear you. It's not like that happens with every divorced couple with kids ever.
But it's a mistake.
Okay.
It's such a mistake to start getting into this. The kids are going to appreciate it more.
Okay, it's also a mistake to get drunk and go have a good time, but people do it.
I understand, but I don't think the kids care. Do you? Listen, you got your kids at their age.
Yeah.
I mean, you think they really care?
Oh, let's say in a hypothetical.
They just want to go there. They don't care who's paying for
I
what's going.
I disagree with you.
All right, well, tell me.
Okay,
I
all
don't
right.
know.
I mean, not that they'd be conscious of
Who's footing the bill?
I would be afraid of this. Let's say in a hypothetical
All
world
right.
tomorrow, my wife and I split. My wife is going to take the kids to Disney, and I get to take them to Charlotte Beach.
Yeah.
Right? Like, my kids are going to have experiences and memories with my wife.
Yeah.
The best vacation of their life that I can't provide for them. That would bother me.
Okay.
And I think that's fair.
Yeah, but I mean, you can't keep up.
I understand.
And I think I think if you're playing a long game with these kids, it doesn't matter. In the long game, when they're 25 and 30, I think it all comes out in the wash.
You're the most spoiled man I've ever met.
Those kids are going to remember.
Yes.
But will they regret? Will they be mad?
I don't know if they'll
will
be
they
mad.
hold it against you?
How many stories do we tell about our dads on the air?
Well,
You're in your 60s. I'm almost 40.
Okay, but those are two really bad examples of dad.
A lot of it comes down to money.
Yeah.
Who's going to remember except for you and me and everyone else that calls with stories like their dad too?
But hold on. You and I had a rich father, you had a poor daddy.
No, he just didn't spend money on his kids.
But like your vacation and my vacations, I had a high end, you had a low end. They both sucked because our dads were there.
Okay. No, I loved my dad. Like, my dad was my hero back then.
Yeah, but you were getting screwed. You didn't know it.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
It was a sham.
It wasn't until later when I grew up where I was like,
when he realized that,
wait a minute.
It wasn't until he realized that his dad was rich, but the family was
Right,
poor.
yeah.
252 WCMF. Facebook message from a guy. We're calling Dave. He is asking for Tommy's advice specifically. Tommy's surprisingly coming out soft here.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying you got to do what you got to do.
Again, Dave.
But you can find your fun.
Ooh, find your fun.
No, but here's the thing. This has nothing to do. All right. Dave writes us on Facebook. Long story short, he's got an ex-wife. They've been divorced for a couple of years. She just got remarried. They have a 10 and a 12-year-old daughter together, this guy and his ex. He, his longtime girlfriend, his ex-wife, and their new husband, who he gets along with great. Sure, new husband. They're all going to go to Disney together with the kids. Everything's planned, ready to go. His longtime girlfriend is now moving out.
Yeah.
It sounds like she will not be going on the trip. He does not want to go on the trip because he says he doesn't want to be a third wheel, and he doesn't want his ex-wife to think he's doing better. She's doing better than him. Tommy goes, you got to go on the trip, which is great, until you realize the only reason you're saying that is because you think this guy's getting like a free vacation.
Not a free vacation, a freed vacation. Because he doesn't have to take this ex who's obviously unhappy. Like, can you imagine if he didn't realize in the moment that she wanted out and he went on this trip with her, what that would have been like?
Look,
like, this chick gave him a gift of bailing before this trip.
I get what you're saying. What I'm trying to tell you, as a man who's never taken a vacation with kids, you do not have free time. Even if there is another couple, you will not.
12 and 13, they entertain them.
10 and 12, I don't know why you keep saying 12 and 13. 10 and 12 have said it multiple times.
All right.
You're not breaking off.
Yeah, your whole day is
And
planned.
night. And night.
At the night.
Yes, tonight. What murder?
You can slip away.
Do you think even if you went on this trip with his girlfriend, and let's say they had like a good relationship, do you think it would even be more awkward showing up and having like almost like two competing couples?
Yeah.
As opposed to, a couple and you're kind of like the third wheel, but
I would think
because I would think like you feel like you gotta compete constantly with your, even if you like your wife's significant other, like you feel like you would have to like show off your relationship the whole time, and that seems like it would be stressful.
And and as a guy bringing your girlfriend, you're in the worst position.
Why is that?
Because like you got to not only do this vacation, you also got to keep her happy.
Okay.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, like there's a lot to balance there.
Where the wife of these kids can do whatever she wants, that dude has to make sure she stays happy. So you're in a worse position because you're navigating two things: your daughters and your bitch-ass girlfriend who's going to pull out on you soon and leave you high and dry.
By the way, she left before the
Yeah,
vacation.
I know, but
that's
now
the smart thing. That's a
knowing-
classy thing to do.
I listen, she did do him a gift, but not knowing that
Did him
going
a
on there,
gift.
he didn't know it. Maybe she was unhappy.
He's doing a gift, Kimmy. We got messages coming in on Instagram. Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. Hachiroku writes us. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I actually agree fully with Tommy. I think you're kind of roped into going whether you want to or not, but because the deal has changed slightly since you will no longer have a partner with you, you have full rights to break away in the evening and go spend time in areas of Disney where you can do stuff like, say, drink alcohol.
Yeah.
I disagree with that.
Get high, do some edibles, have some
For
fun,
God's sakes, man.
walk around, take in the view.
Steve writes us, she's definitely going to think she's doing better than you if you don't go. If you go and have a good time, she'll think, okay, he's doing all right. That's a decent.
It sounds like it'll make you look adjusted.
Yeah.
You'd also have to pull that off, by the way, while it's there.
It's
while you're
tough.
there.
It's tough. But let me say this: any group trip you're going to take, like a lot of people go to Myrtle with multiple families and all that. If people drop out on that trip before you go, it's such a gift.
It's more money.
No, I don't care.
Okay.
If they drop,
Yeah.
it's a gift. It's less to deal with. Because then you got more baggage to deal with and more BS you have no control over.
Let's say me and my family, me and my siblings, we're all going to rent a house in Hilton's Head.
Yeah.
Right, for all of our
Yeah, and
families and
everything
kids.
planned
All right.
out to a T.
And a month before, my brother and his family bails. I'm losing my
Yeah, he's
effing
you're
mind.
pissed.
Oh, are you
You're
kidding me?
pissed.
That's so
No.
dumb.
No, it's
No,
not.
you
get
it's not so dumb.
You get so much space, so much less.
Yeah,
like,
and
you
I got to pay for
But
it.
every time you do something, I don't have to. Well, what do you want to do? Hey, I don't like this. I don't like seafood. I don't want to do this.
No, I'm with Pat. I'd be actually pissed if somebody
you-
dropped
you
out
don't
last minute.
understand.
I
We
don't
already,
know.
we
You
already
don't
planned this whole thing. We had
Plan this.
Plan
we had
this, old man, wait.
expectations. Plus, like
I'll
your
take
kids,
it.
if they're friends with the other kids, now you may have to do more.
Go
kid
make new friends down
entertainment.
the beach. Go talk to those kids. They
Go-
look like fun.
Go play in
talk to
traffic.
Go meet
strangers.
some Southern kids.
It's,
What?
hello, man. No.
Oh, they're not all Southern kids are bad.
Really? I got one sitting in front of me right now.
Talking about great guy.
You know, Dave, as we're calling him.
Yeah.
That was close. He says in this Facebook message, I want to read a quote, getting away from like the whole having to go on the
Yeah.
vacation or whatever. Quote, my ex-wife got divorced in 2021. Her girls are now 10 and 12. She remarried a few months ago. My ex, her husband, okay, here it is. My ex and I get along fine. I get along better with her new husband. He's a really nice guy. He's great with my daughters. He's very respectful of our relationship.
Great.
How many guys are buddies with their ex's new guy?
Like legit, not you're just playing games,
Yeah.
but like you like the guy.
Like you look
It's
forward
got to
to
be low.
You think so?
Guessing just in general.
I would think like the more time that's passed. I mean, this is kind of like not soon, but.
But we don't know
hasn't been
how
that
long this guy was in her
True.
life, right?
Yeah, I think like. I mean, I've seen people be cool after some time.
Oh, I'm not talking. I mean, it sounds like he's more than cool.
Yeah.
It sounds like he's like friends with
Yeah.
this guy.
Yeah. I guess it depends how your ex treats him
Okay,
in front of you. Might have a lot to do with it.
that would bother you.
No, how he handles it.
What do you mean by that?
Like, she could be a real T-Watt, right? And you could go.
Way to
T-Watt.
hide that, you idiot.
You know.
One of my worst Watt brothers is T-Watt.
There is a TJ
Yeah.
Watt.
Yeah, T-Watt.
Yeah.
So, but she's being a real T-Watt, and like you're going like you kind of like
Wait, so
better
what,
him than me, man. Like I'm kind of enjoying this now. Like I don't have to deal with that anymore.
You're an evil human being.
I
I might
know,
go.
I
I
know.
would have
I
a little
don't-
sympathy for him now because like now we both are sharing battle scars. You know what I'm saying? It's like that scene in Jaws when they're showing each other those marks on their
he's not
body.
going to come
have
to you
you
and talk.
ever been bothered by an ex moving on? Like, have you ever seen your ex with another guy and got like a little bit jealous?
No,
That's a lie. He's trying to
how
sound
is it-
tough.
I
There's
don't
no
know.
way.
Like-
It is human nature. There is no way.
Like,
I
I would
don't-
think like that would kick in at some point. Like, even if you like the person, like there would be little things that would bother you, especially if you were
I
married.
guess, but is it going to eat away? It should probably not.
have
Especially
no
as you get
soul.
older, you don't care.
That's a pro.
You
Okay.
don't as you
Okay. All right.
age. Look, but if I was your age, maybe so, but I'm an old man and
Especially
I
when
don't
there's
give an F.
kids involved, I would think.
Going back to
There'd be
like,
some
What?
tension.
okay. But like, Kimmy, going back to the whole, like, would you be friends with your ex's new guy?
Hmm.
Yeah.
Like, we have seen in all of our lives women that'll divorce husbands and then find the exact same guy.
Oh yeah,
And they're
Yeah.
married to that guy.
yeah.
Similar.
If you have a lot in
There's a
common,
type.
right? If
Yeah,
he
you're
is
the same
similar to
guy.
you, I mean, you may have you may get along well.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
could.
I don't know. I mean, I'm guessing that an ex-wife does not enjoy watching her new man chuckle it up to the guy she couldn't stand to stay married to.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe if you're the third man in, which, by the way, is a 10-minute game misconduct.
What do you do? If he says something and you know he's
So
right.
I'm the ex. Or
I'm the
new
ex. And
husband.
I go, Jesus Christ. Can you believe her? And then what do you do?
There's no way I'm saying that. No, I'm not going to.
No, I'm saying it to you.
I understand.
Right? You and me, right?
In neither situation,
T-Walk.
in neither situation am I TJ Wadding my wife or my ex-wife because it's going to get back to her.
Who
Yeah.
cares, man?
If
And by the way, if
Could be
he's
a
cool,
test.
maybe he keeps it quiet. You might bond over her
Man,
T-Watness.
you're really putting a lot of faith in that.
No, I'm really
relationship.
drunk at this point in the evening.
Like, it's just so weird to me. Like, again, this is how selfish Tommy Muley is as a human being. Even in this scenario, which is clearly laid out by...
He just wants a buddy to talk crap with.
While he's
Yes.
while he thinks he's on a free vacation without
Wouldn't that be
kids.
fun, though?
You're an idiot.
You could light up your ex with this guy. He's picking up the
You're
tab.
gonna get everybody in trouble.
Who cares, man? We're having Disney.
I just want to see everything go crap.
No, but like you turn this guy's legitimate life crisis, this vacation with his ex-wife and her new husband and the kids, into a fantasy where you're off getting laid, mother effing your ex to her new husband,
Don't
and, you
forget about pornography in the room at night.
and you don't see your kids at all.
Yes.
You think Disney offers pornography?
I got it on my phone. I can
Okay.
just lay there naked in bed with a bottle of booze.
Naked?
Nice
I'm
little,
over here naked in bed.
little cheeseburger.
I bet you they block the porn sites on the Wi-Fi at Disney World.
No, they don't.
Bet you they do.
I bet you. Well, they probably don't own porn sites, but that's all in Montreal. No, but I bet you can get you think I can't get
Don't have this conversation.
you
with your
no, he
exes.
brought it up. He thinks my porn is blocked at Disney World like it's church.
Google it. I bet you. Will you Google
Okay.
it? Does Disney Wi-Fi
Why would
block
that? They're
porn?
very accepting about all lifestyle.
No, this isn't about
Even-
lifestyle.
Yes, it is.
This is about sex acts on film.
That's a lifestyle.
Sex acts on film. That is a lifestyle man, for a little while.
Well, it is.
Can't do it forever.
Well, no, 3-4 minutes.
Blow your back out. Why would it?
Yes, Disney World's free park Wi-Fi may block some websites.
No, but
That's all it
probably
says.
they don't say what websites.
Why? Of course it would be porn.
That sucks.
You're gonna have a guy watching porn, walking around the Magic Kingdom.
So now I got to leave the room and walk so I can get some porn Wi-Fi.
With that,
Yeah.
let's take a break. We don't like to victim blame on this show.
No.
Right? Because there is a man who's a victim, and he's a serious victim here.
Oh,
if the
wow.
allegations are true, excuse me. However, he wouldn't have been made a victim if he wasn't trying to hide something.
Oh.
If the allegations are true. And whatever he was trying to hide must have been pretty big, because to be willing to part with this kind of money. We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. If the allegations are true, this is a crime.
Oh.
Yet it's one of those crimes where the victim could face blowback too.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's an argument to be made. If this person wasn't doing something wrong, they would have never been a victim in the first place. And when you find out how much cash was at stake here, Tommy, whatever this person was trying to keep quiet must have been big, because it's an amount that most of us can only dream of.
Damn.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. We have one more pair of Adam Sandler tickets this week to give you.
Okay.
We're not going to do it now,
right.
so don't call. Who's that one guy that keeps calling
Daniel.
over? Daniel. We have caller ID, Daniel. Don't call us until we tell you it's time. We're going to do them in the 8 o'clock hour.
All right.
And if I forget, it's Kimmy's fault because I'm asking her to remind me right now. Kimmy, can you please remind me to do them in the 8 o'clock hour?
Yes.
Thank you.
I think.
So sit tight. 8 o'clock hour. Adam Sandler tickets here in the break room on CMF. Tommy, this story happened just south of us. And it starts with a 29-year-old woman. This woman was arrested last week after a complaint state police received about a month ago. And according to authorities, the victim called authorities and said the 29-year-old woman was extorting them.
All right.
The victim met this woman online back in April of last year. During their communications, the 29-year-old woman requested money of the victim. And when the victim refused, police say the 29-year-old woman threatened to expose their communications, causing significant embarrassment and ridicule.
Okay. All right.
That must have been enough to scare the crap out of this victim. Because, according to police, the 29-year-old woman got money out of this victim.
God damn.
Do you want to take a guess how much police say she extorted from this person?
Okay, so I know this happened to a buddy of mine.
Okay.
And in the end, his total payout was $10,000.
Okay, is that what you want to go with?
I'm going to go with $10,000.
$10,000. Kim, you want to take a swing?
I was going to say like $5,000.
$5,000?
Yeah.
According to police, the 29-year-old woman managed to squeeze
Wait,
$250,000.
this guy had $250,000?
Now, here's the thing. You say guy. We don't have a gender here. It just says victim.
This is a dude.
How do you know?
Bro, what dumbass woman is handing over a quarter?
But I could see nobody would want like that type of interaction with somebody exposed, right? Your private messages.
Damn.
I mean, look, I think guy here too, but there is no gender.
I get it, but...
So that $250,000
yes, in cash.
Came over a 12-month period, according to police.
And he had it.
And that's just it. This person just kept paying to keep whatever quiet.
I'm going to say, tell him.
The 29-year-old woman has been arrested, charged with felony grand larceny. She has a court date coming up. But the weirdest thing about this story, we don't know what the hell she had on, whoever this victim was, if the allegations are true.
Well, it sounds like the way I read it, these two were an item on the side.
I understand.
She threatened to expose.
But it also says, Tommy, only online communications. They met online. It doesn't say that they ever met in person.
No, but it could have been photos
Understood.
And all kind of nasty bits.
Look, I get that. I get that everyone's mind goes to sex.
Yeah.
And that for that kind of money, it's understandable. But there is nothing in the story that says this couldn't be something else.
What else would it be?
Maybe this person has a big-time job. He told them things about the job.
All right.
They all of a sudden were whatever the information. Whatever information. It's not good.
Yeah.
Right? And if this was something relationship-wise, I mean, look, like you said, you're going to pay $250,000 over a year just to keep a relationship together? That seems like a lot of money.
Well, that's what the guy I know, like, she came back again after he already paid her 10, and he goes, tell her, I could care less at this point. Because you're just going to keep coming back.
All right, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Kimmy?
Yep.
On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being a monster, if the allegations are true, how bad would you rank the 29-year-old woman accused in this crime?
How bad would I rank her?
10 is a monster. 1 is she's totally fine. Where does she fall on your scale of
That's
bad
a
person?
Solid 7.
7? Okay.
Yeah.
Tommy, how about you?
Worse than normal.
I was putting her at a 5.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
Because she saw a sucker and took him for it.
So she broke the law. You know, also
I understand that.
Robbing someone is also seeing a sucker and taking him.
I don't always see this as completely
you don't think
lawless.
But you don't think there was a game plan here?
It might have been, but you also got to
have like baited him or whoever this person is into saying the things that they've said or sent.
I get it.
Can we back up 1 second?
Yeah.
Back it on up. Back it on up.
You just said, and I quote, I don't see this as completely lawless. The story that we're getting from the state police,
I understand,
where they are charging this 29-year-old woman with grand larcemy for allegedly extorting $250,000 from a man she met online. That's the story you don't see as lawless.
No, but
where the law is involved.
I get it.
Okay, I'm
but
just making sure.
If you were a sucker and you get played, and you weren't paying attention, you didn't read anything, and you gave her all that money, man. That's a tell.
Yeah, but we see this happen all the time. People taking advantage of vulnerable people.
Right, but some people are just suckers, man.
But you don't think that it was wrong of her to take advantage of somebody she saw as a sucker?
It was.
Nope, you said it wrong.
As a sucker.
Thank you, sucker.
You a sucker.
Sucker.
So the guy I knew, he was a sucker, and he paid twice.
Okay.
And then he finally woke up. But to me, that's on him more than her. She sees it. She almost looked like she saw a business opportunity here, man.
I just find it weird that you, being a massive sucker, let's remind all the audience that you legitimately believe that Terry Pagula was following you on Facebook, bragged about it.
Man, that dropped off. What's going on with him? Problem with the Sabres or something?
You are the most manipulatable man I've ever met in my life, and you're going, if there's a sucker, take advantage of a sucker.
What about this outfit says I'm a sucker?
Yeah, I'm going to be your best friend forever. I'm going to move up here and be a part of your job. It's going to be great. We're going to be friends forever. Hey. Yeah, Billy, this is going to be a great show. We're going to do it together. Hey. Sucker. Just wait till I get my opportunity. Sucker. 252 WCMF. We're talking about this story just south of us. A 29-year-old woman has been arrested after police say during communications with a man that I keep saying man because you're sullying my brain.
So you think it could have been on a woman she was playing?
There is no gender in the story.
No.
It says
during suckering too.
After meeting a victim online and conversing, she requested money from this victim. The victim refused. The 29-year-old woman then, according to police, threatened to expose their communication, causing, and I quote, significant embarrassment and ridicule over a 12-month period. Police say the victim doled out $250,000 in extortion money to this woman. She has been arrested, charged with felony grand larceny. Let me ask you this question then, sucker patroller.
What?
Let's say you knew the victim. All right, that doled out the $250,000, right? Because we do not like to victim blame here in the break room. Do you feel bad for them?
Not to this degree, no.
You don't feel bad for the person that doled out $250,000?
Bro, you doled out $250,000.
To try and let's say it was a marriage situation. They got kids. They have a spouse. Their life is going to blow up. It's going to destroy their reputation.
I mean, I feel bad for the guy, but Jesus Christ, man.
I literally just said, do you feel bad for the guy?
I do, but Jesus Christ, man.
Okay.
You do, but you don't.
So you wouldn't feel bad for this person that doled out the $250,000?
Oh, no, I was just saying that Tommy.
okay.
No, I would feel bad for them. I would feel
Don't forget, he also was cheating.
No, I know. I see, in my mind, I was picturing somebody.
What?
I have an image of the victim of these types of things, and it's always somebody like a lonely person looking for love.
Okay, in all the wrong places.
And I don't know why. Like that's what I'm picturing in this story. So yes, if it's something like that where this person was just lonely and they really thought they could trust this person, or maybe they were going out of their comfort zone to try to please this person, and that's where the embarrassing stuff happened. Like, yeah, I would feel sorry for that person. If it is a cheating situation where you went out of your way to find this
that's
person,
the only way she can
I
play
probably
him.
don't feel quite as bad for
Well, that's probably the situation because the lonely guy who's,
you want it to be that situation so bad, though.
Well,
I mean,
yeah,
this could be a lonely person with kids where they don't want their kids to
lonely
see
sad
any of it.
sap.
I mean, think about it this way. If we're going to talk about a potential single person doing this and why they wouldn't want this to get out, there could be videos of them doing
that's
some
what
disgusting
I'm saying. Like,
sexual
you just
stuff.
don't want people to see it.
Which you
I can
agreed to do
understand that.
in a camera.
Well, but again, you think that you
But
are
you think
either
you're starting a relationship with somebody who doesn't live here, so this is, I guess, a way to be intimate.
It could also be a kink that you just don't want other people to know
yeah,
about.
you know them kinks out there.
Everybody's got them, man.
Everybody got a kink. You right.
All right, Kimmy, let me throw this hypothetical at you.
Sucker with a kink.
Oh, my God. Maybe that's their kink. You being a sucker. Kimmy, let's say you find out that I was extorted for $250,000 because I started...
Sucker!
Oh, God.
I started online communication. Never touched the woman, never met the woman, but, we go back and forth.
And you're a married man.
It is me. It is me in my life right now.
You're an idiot.
Okay. Do you feel bad for me?
I feel a little sorry for you because it's an embarrassing situation. I do feel sorry for you. I still think you're an idiot.
Do I deserve it?
To be exposed?
Do I deserve? No, because I wouldn't have been exposed. Like, what the other amazing thing
You paid it off.
Yes, I paid it off. The amazing thing in this story is we do not know the name of the victim. I mean, that's by design, right? So, like, it's funny. Like, this person worried about being exposed after giving up $250,000 they weren't exposed, right? This woman has been arrested. But, Kimmy, let's say I wasn't exposed, but I had to give up that money, and my wife is going to be asking, where'd this money go? Do I deserve the punishment I got losing that money for what I did online with this woman?
Kind of.
So you are victim blaming.
In your case, yes.
No, I mean, I'm every man in this scenario. It's all in
You know what
me.
it is, though? I just feel like you are somebody that should know better. We talk about these stories all the time. You always know it's a possibility.
But let's say, moment of weakness.
I'm just trying to make it personal, like someone you know, someone you can put a face and name on. Because let's be real here. Yes, we talk about these stories. By the way, I love how that's your thing. Not you love your wife and children. You should be smarter because we see these stories.
Well, no. When you ask if you deserve it, I would be surprised that you didn't see something like this coming.
But she said I was really sexy. Do you want to see me do this one thing?
So she's blind.
I feel sorry for you and your family because now your family's also, I don't know what that money was supposed to go towards, but it's going to affect your kids and your wife.
Just my kids' college education.
I mean, I've known guys that have blown up their lives with this stuff.
Yeah.
Right? And I do feel bad for them. But
You're all over the effing place.
No. But I do like making fun of them and telling you funny stories about what happened to them.
I really feel bad.
I like these guys. They were friends. I told you, I had one buddy, he bought a business. It was going great.
Yeah.
He blew it all for strippers.
That's a different story.
No, but he cheated and he lost. He lost his family. He lost his business. He lost
they didn't
all of it.
extort him.
But I kind of see it as the same thing.
No, but I'm saying it's the same thing. He got played.
All right.
These girls are not his girlfriends. They're just strippers.
Not yet.
It's a business.
But if I spend more money.
Or they would show up for coffee the next day.
You know, the other question that pops up here.
Yeah.
In a hypothetical situation, let's say this man is paying all this money.
Yeah.
Again, I keep saying that. Let's say it's a man paying all this money.
Yeah.
Not only is he stepping out on his relationship, right? He's also losing money that his partner could be counting on. Because $250,000, I don't care how rich you are, you're going to notice.
Oh, it's going to hurt you in the shorts.
What is worse to that partner? The fact that they were having this online affair or the fact that you lost that $250,000?
Probably the $250,000 because it's going to hurt at first, but you can walk away from that relationship. You're never going to recover from that.
Yeah.
Losing that money.
Okay.
If that money's gone, that's going to stick.
All right. So, Kimmy, let's say your husband gets caught in this situation, right? He wants a woman that is attractive. And
Jesus.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That was a little much.
Far.
What happened, home team?
A little much.
Call me ugly. You find out he has this online affair, nudes go back and forth, and he loses $20,000 in extortion. Are you more?
We really dropped the price of that cat.
Well, I'm trying to make it for, we're on the same level here. Would you be more apt to leave him for the online affair, or would you be more apt to leave him for being extorted?
I think initially you're upset about the affair itself because it's all a shock at first. So that's probably going to be the number one reason I point to it and say, hey, that's why I'm leaving you. Not so because no
physical touching though. No touch.
Doesn't matter.
No touch.
You knew what you were doing.
They were just flashing beef.
Flashing beef.
Don't say it back to him. He's going to keep saying it. He's like a toddler.
It's today's theme: flashing beef.
You realize if you just let him say these things and don't say it back, he loses interest in what's happening.
She's probably living in Equate.
South of us. South.
Over there.
Okay.
Okay.
Shut up. Today will be the busiest travel day in history of America again.
So I guess it's the busiest 4th of July ever.
Okay, I don't know.
The way they worded it.
Sure, fine. So people are taking off to go do all kinds of fun things.
Yeah, fun stuff.
If you're looking for an interesting place to stay, a once-in-a-lifetime
I
place
am.
Okay, well, I got it for you.
Fantastic.
It's the former residence of arguably the greatest American athlete of all time.
Ooh.
Wait, I can hang in his house?
You can stay in his house, at least what used to be his house, a house that is so famous that you could not mistake it for anyone else's place based on what he did to it. But if you're going to pull it off, you're going to need a little bit of bank.
Okay.
Like $250,000 extortion bank. And we'll get into it next here in the break room. This would be the most expensive thing anybody listening to the show would ever do for
It
themselves.
sounds cool.
I mean, and here's the thing. Despite the insane price tag, to your point, it might actually be worth it.
Now, is it like it was when the dude was there?
What has not changed? Ooh. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Tommy, the last 2 years, has become a new Michael Jordan fan.
Yeah.
Because you watched The Last Dance.
Well, fantastic. 10 episodes.
10 episodes of that.
He's a big yacht guy now. He's got a big-ass yacht.
It's because he moved down south.
Oh, yeah.
And to move down south, he had to sell the home he lived in Chicago.
Oh.
So he has a very famous mansion in a high-end suburb of Chi-Town. And it was on the market for 12 years.
Oh, wow.
Well, yeah, who's got the bank?
So he was initially asking $29 million for the home.
Mm-hmm.
It sold for, I didn't write it down, you idiot. I think it was like a fraction of the price. I think it was like 11.95 million, something like that. Maybe 9.5. Let's go with that.
All right.
So it's everything you think it is. It's got an iron gate in the driveway with the number 23 on the front of it, right? Like
9.5.
9.5. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Thank you. So he got a third of what he was asking for this mansion. But the person who bought it, Tommy, isn't using it as a residence. They are using it as a business opportunity.
This is brilliant.
Through Airbnb, you can now stay at Jordan's mansion.
So what does it look like on the inside? Is it all the stuff?
The amenities include a private stock fishing pond, zero-entry infinity pool, professional-grade putting green, personal movie theater, commercial gym, cigar lounge, bar/nightclub.
Cigar lounge?
Cigar lounge. Saltwater aquariums, multiple. A full basketball court.
Well, yeah, that has to be.
That he trained on. So if you want to spend Labor Day weekend, a 4-day weekend at Jordan's mansion, all of this can be yours for the low, low price of $120,920.
For the full weekend?
For the weekend.
Man, there's got to be a bunch of rich dudes that would love to do like a boys' weekend at this thing.
$120,000.
Think of these rich guys.
That, you have your own indoor aquarium.
No, but you don't have
cigar lounge and infinity.
But he's an icon. Like you get to go.
Yeah, but he hasn't lived there in over a decade. You know what I mean? Other than maybe like the basketball court, I guess you might feel more of a connection to him than there.
I'm just thinking high-end.
I mean, you're
fan.
just staying in a high-end house.
I mean, think he's a global icon, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he's beyond football. Basketball reaches everywhere.
Yeah, you're right.
So I'm thinking like rich Asian businessman.
You always go Asian businessman with
because they pay first and they pay cash. The only thing they're going to want to smoke in there.
Well, yeah, you got the cigar lounge.
Oh yeah, that's right. No.
All right, so shut up. Here's the thing.
Right.
It says the mansion can sleep 14 people. So if you do the math, as insane as this sounds, for a long weekend with 14 friends, it would work out to about $1,200 a night per person.
So it's like a high-end hotel in Chicago.
I mean, that's just it. There are more expensive suites in hotels, like way more expensive.
You got the run of the place.
You would need $5,000 a person to pull it off for the weekend, right? Because 5 times at 50. No, wait, no, that doesn't add up.
No,
it's a high-end boys' weekend for like rich guys.
Hold on.
What?
How much did you say the total was?
$1,200. You said $1,200 a night.
Yeah, that's what I thought it worked. So $1,200 a night times 14 is what?
A lot.
No.
What?
No. No.
But we can't rent it because we can't do math.
Let me figure this out. How much is it total?
It's $120,000.
$120,000.
Divided by 14. 14 people.
Divided by 14. Yeah.
Divided by 4.
Okay, divided by 4.
Everyone just do something while we're figuring out the math.
No, you wouldn't have to divide it by 4. Yeah. It would be 120,000 divided by 12.
Which is?
Or 14, right?
14. I was trying to get per night per person. I'm trying to get
you're trying to get per
night per person.
Okay, well it's over $8,000 total for the weekend per person.
So then it would be about
$2,000 a night.
$2,000 a night.
All right.
How are we so bad at this?
Yeah,
that's why we can't go.
2,100 and change a night.
How much? I thought it was $2,000 per night.
All right, $2,100 a night. Is it the crazy? Would you spend $2,100 a night to go do this?
No, but I'm not I love Jordan. I don't love him that much. But if I was a super rich guy, maybe I would.
But here's the thing. It wouldn't even be, yes, I get the draw as being a super fan of Jordan, 252 WCMF, 252-9263, but you would never be at a place like this ever again for the rest of your life.
Oh, right.
This would be the peak experience of
Oh,
luxury
sure.
of your life.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a lot of money. It's a full family trip to Disney for just you personally to spend 4 nights at Jordan's house. But you get to tell everyone for the rest of your life you had the run of Jordan's mansion.
But you might as well plan on staying there the whole time, though, right? You're
I'm not leaving that property.
Yeah.
No,
You're
absolutely
just
not.
going there for the
No,
house
you
and only
have
the
everything
house.
sent to the mansion.
Well, that's just it too. Like the $8,000 is just where you're laying your
Yeah.
head. Like
Right.
you would still
Yeah.
have to pay for food. You would still have to pay for booze. Like if you're going to have a party, you would have to cover all of that. Imagine the party you could have at that.
Well,
place.
you may not be allowed to have a party.
Well, I got 14 of my friends. We're having a
Yeah.
party.
Okay, all right.
I don't even have
Cannonball.
to invite anybody out. You would also have to find 13 other people in your life.
Willing to
Spend $8,000
better
for
that
yeah.
big of fans.
and you would also have to get there. Now,
Yeah,
I mean,
true.
now you're bordering on like luxury European vacation.
Yeah.
Right. Like, what else could I do with that money rather than stay at a big old house?
Yeah, between flight, food, just staying at the house, you could be over $10,000 now per person.
Would you say, though, he's the greatest athlete in the last 50 years?
I would say he's the most iconic.
Iconic.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, I think that's I,
All right.
I can't even imagine who would come close to that.
Right. So, I mean, he's top shelf.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah,
nobody bigger.
I don't think there's another athlete that could pull this off because, like, I think LeBron James is a better NBA player. Don't text me. But, yeah, I wouldn't even think about spending.
Well, I'm trying to think like Tiger Woods would be another iconic. He's making the J.O. on Tiger Woods.
Well, no, I mean, no. Women were doing that on him. Lots of them.
Well,
Lots.
Tiger Woods.
Bro, I mean, Tiger Woods doesn't come close to
Yeah, and
touching
you know his
Michael
house
Jordan.
is so boring.
Not true. He is boring.
Well, no, I mean, we
Well,
find out that
actually,
he actually
Well,
wasn't
maybe
boring.
Not.
Yeah,
Actually,
true.
I know. Now that I'm thinking about it,
Yes, you're right.
could find some interesting things in there.
I'm just trying to think of another person who would have that kind of power that people would flock just to his empty house.
Yeah, I mean, I can't. I outside of sports, Michael Jackson maybe.
Yes. Or Prince.
No, even Prince. I mean, I love Prince. I still, if you gave me the
Yeah,
option,
Michael Jackson. But then again.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Then again.
But here's the thing, man. Like,
don't go down that hall. And that area's real.
I was just talking about as far as icons go.
Yeah, I'm saying.
Not what you would want to do.
Right.
Although Michael Jackson did have a full amusement park
Yeah,
in his
that's
house.
true.
He has a train.
Is that house? Who bought it?
I think it's still there.
I think
Probably look this up.
I do think it was sold, but it has a train and a train station.
Yeah, I don't want any part of that train. That train was not a fun train, at least as far as we know, based on allegations.
He did have a zoo.
Yeah, again.
Well, you brought him up.
No, you asked me who was an icon, and now you start
Well,
going.
you said they're icons.
Name them.
I'm trying to think.
That's what I'm saying. You can't stupid. Like if you're talking American icons of
Well,
the,
Tom Brady would be an icon. He is. You don't like him doesn't mean he's not an American icon.
Bro, that guy's boring. You want to go stay? He's kissing his son
No,
on
but
the
he would
mouth and
have
going to
some-
bed at 7:00 at night. Getting on that train.
Well, there's a lot of kissing of mouths in all these joints, man. Don't worry about it. But he would have an unbelievable mansion.
He's boring, man.
You don't like him.
I don't like him. Nobody likes him. He's unlikable. 252 WCMF. Michael Jordan's Chicago mansion that took 12 years to sell. He initially asked $29 million for it. It sold last year, 2 years ago, for $9.5 million. It is up on Airbnb. The owner is using it. New owner is using it as a business opportunity for Labor Day weekend. You can spend $120,000, 14 people. You get the private stock fishing pond, zero infinity pool, professional grade putting green, professional movie theater, commercial gym, cigar lounge, bar, nightclub, multiple saltwater aquariums, full basketball court that Jordan trained on, amongst other things.
Would you
I
go?
wonder. Oh.
So Mike Tyson has a house in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
Would you go spend a night at Tyson's house in Vegas?
I have a complicated relationship in my mind with Mike Tyson, so no.
How do you have a complicated relationship with a man
Well.
you haven't met?
No, I'm saying
Complicated
like
man.
how I feel about Mike Tyson.
Well, I mean, he's also kind of, redeemed himself.
Maybe, but there's a lot to redeem from.
And you're a big boxing fan.
I am.
How about Ali's house?
Yeah. But again, he was also, he wasn't like a flashy guy.
No, but he might have an unbelievable place.
You know where I'd go? He had a training facility in Deerfield, Pennsylvania. That's where I want to go.
Yeah, but that's like cabins and it's
I
not
know,
really nice. It's
but
pretty rustic.
But you're feeling the history of it. I mean, look, yes, everything that Jordan has there to like play with is awesome.
Mm-hmm.
I would be more excited about just being like the history of everything that has happened in that house. Imagine the international celebrities that spend time with Jordan in that mansion.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
All right, so we were thinking about icons here.
Mm-hmm.
Lord Vapor _420.
Yeah. What's he saying?
He writes Elvis.
Oh, Graceland.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
Graceland.
an
I think
iconic
might
house.
might be the one that.
Well, that's the most iconic. But you got to remember how small it actually is compared to what I thought it was going to look like.
Okay, you're disappointed in Graceland.
Well, weren't you when you saw it?
I never actually went to Graceland.
But it's not like I kept thinking because the way they show it on TV,
Yeah.
it's just this vast area and it's not. I mean, it's nice, but but it's like 1950s nice. Sinatra's house. Are you kidding me? At Palm Springs?
No, I hear
21
you,
Palms?
Yeah, it's good. He paid for all that money just talking over music.
How would that sound?
You suckers all bought it.
Well, if I open up
I'm Frank Sinatra. I'm just talking while a guy plays an instrument, and for some reason, people think it's good. Every song sounds just like this.
Johnny Carson's house.
Shut up, man.
What?
We're talking icons.
What? Johnny Carson's not an icon?
Compared to Michael Jordan, Elvis, Michael Jackson, Prince.
Jordan is the Johnny of basketball.
No, except he doesn't like to take. I can't say that on the radio, but Gallagher gave us a little secret.
You don't know what Jordan does.
God rest his soul. Yeah, no, you're right. All right, let's take a break. We are super late. Okay, don't write me. I don't want to argue about LeBron James and Michael Jordan on Instagram, Jake.
Well, also, like, LeBron moved around a lot, so it's not like he was in, like, one. I mean, I guess Cleveland, but I wonder how many homes he even owned in that span of time.
So he has what, an Akron?
Oh, yeah, he's got a house in Akron. He's got a house in Los Angeles. Look, I think why Jordan's home is so iconic, he hit right at the right time.
Yeah.
He was flashy during his career. Like, you would see him driving Ferraris. He always had a cigar hanging out of his mouth.
Yeah.
Like, it was like,
he was cool.
And it was happening in America when, like, everybody was like, oh, there's money here. And this is what you're supposed
everybody
to
was
do.
flashing.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a different kind of
Yeah,
situation.
you're right.
All right, let's take a break. Tommy blew the most golden opportunity of his life. You blew it. You blew it.
What did I do?
Like, this man is your hero. You had an opportunity one-on-one to go speak to him. And you actually had a legitimate in without looking like a creep.
Yeah.
And you blew it.
What was I going to do, man?
I'm going to tell you what you should have done, but that's not the funniest part of this story.
No, it's not.
Because somebody also thinks you blew it.
Yes.
And in trying to make you feel good about yourself.
Kind of insulted me.
Kind of, no,
Yeah.
straight up.
I don't think she saw it that way, but it's a little insulting.
We'll get into it next. Let's see you, Matt. This was your moment, Tommy.
Yeah, buddy.
Chance for you to make an impression you've always wanted to make.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe even put yourself in the inner circle of the most powerful man in Rochester.
Oh, yeah.
And you blew it. And if that wasn't bad enough, your ego.
Yes.
Your ego.
Getting kicked.
What murder? You're hanging out. Because if our wives are good for one thing,
Yeah.
it is making sure we stay humble
Yeah.
and never get too big for our tiny white linen britches. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, we got these pair of Adam Sandler tickets.
These
yeah.
para.
Sorry, I did the what murder thing. Now I can't stop talking like I'm from Brooklyn. We got these Adam Sandler tickets. He's coming to KeyBank Center, Buffalo, on September 21st. Do not call now.
Okay.
Daniel.
Is he there?
I'm waiting because there's like
All
a
right.
20-second delay. So all of a sudden he flashes up while I'm talking. Don't call now. We will get you this last pair of tickets for this week in just a little while here in the break room on CMF. If you listen to the break room on a regular basis, you know that Tommy is obsessed with Wegmans.
Yeah.
You go every single day.
Yep.
You get furious when people even suggest that Wegmans doesn't do everything great.
Right.
You idolize Danny Wegman.
Yeah.
And a few weeks back, when Tommy was doing some of his regular Danny Wegman worship, you arrogantly said that you believed Danny Wegman knew who you were.
Yeah.
Because you're such a big celebrity in town.
Been around a long time, buddy.
Kimmy and I fell down
Yeah,
laughing.
we did.
As you always do.
Well, that day,
Yeah.
Danny Wegman himself sent
He
you a...
proved us wrong.
He did. He sent Tommy a personal email
Yeah.
thanking you for your kind words
Yeah.
and your Wegman's loyalty.
Yeah.
Was that the greatest day of your life?
How could it not be?
Okay.
Outside of my marriage.
Yeah.
The new marriage.
Yeah. Bless you. Bless you.
Bless
Grandkids, too. Let's talk about that, though.
What?
You have grandkids.
My greatness?
Grandkids.
Oh, grandkids.
greatness.
That's what an egomaniac he is.
I can't hear so well.
Yeah. How are the grandkids?
Oh, they're good kids.
How are the
They're
grandkids? Yeah, I am great.
Oh,
You're
they're
right.
doing good. Doing good. Coming up.
Well, Tommy had a chance to top the greatest
Yeah.
day of his life last week.
So I'm trucking out of Wegmans after I did my marketing,
Shut up.
and a car pulls up. He gets out of the back seat. Danny Wegman
Yeah.
walks right past me as I'm walking in. I'm walking out. He's walking in.
Whoa.
So you came across
Cross.
each other's faces.
Cross. Like that.
Okay.
So I go home and tell my wife this.
Wait. Stop.
What?
You called your wife.
Hold on. No. You just let him walk past you.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, yeah, he walked past me. He was doing business.
He's right there.
Yeah, but he's doing. He doesn't know me.
Okay, so go ahead. I'm sorry.
I don't know. So yeah, So and of course everybody, as soon as he gets out of the car, people are like looking at him.
Oh, yeah. He's like the Shakira of grocery stores.
Is that the girl with the?
Yeah.
the
You are great, yeah.
So I go home and I tell my wife this, what I'm just telling you, and she goes, "Well, did he say hi to you?" I go, "No, he doesn't know me." He goes, "But he got that email," and I go, "But no, he doesn't. He doesn't know. He's never seen me." She goes, "Well, yeah, but you're very unique looking," and I'm thinking, what does that mean? Is that you look so bizarre. You'd have to be that guy.
First question.
Yeah.
Does anyone disagree with Tommy's wife?
No.
Okay.
But you don't want to hear that out loud.
Okay,
Oh,
but
I mean, you're your own person.
you stand out in a crowd.
Yeah. Especially with your outfits. And I mean, you
Not with
accessorize
him
your
around.
uniqueness.
No one
with
else.
more unique.
No, she's right. I mean, no one else looks like Steve Buscemi playing Willy Wonka, short of Steve Buscemi playing Willy Wonka.
You don't dress to fit in.
Neither does Danny Wegman.
Okay, fair. So
Yeah,
you guys got that in
yeah.
common.
Right.
Another
That's what I
thing you
mean.
could have talked about.
You got your own thing going on.
Okay, so it bothers you. Your wife said that he.
Well, I was just so like, yeah, you don't look like a regular person.
Again, I don't understand why that's insulting.
Well, you don't want to hear that.
You go out of your way to not dress like a
You
regular
kind
I-
of
person.
seem
this
like
is
you
like-
want to hear that.
You can see a guy like me walk around Walmart.
No, you couldn't.
Sam Walton.
Not in those
No,
shoes.
he was not no shoes.
I said not in those shoes.
Yes.
Sorry, we'll repeat everything so Tommy can keep
I
up with
can
everybody.
hear.
Yeah, this
My
is great.
greatness.
All right, getting past the fact that
Yeah.
your wife insulted you by saying what everyone else thinks about
You're
you.
so unique looking.
You are very. Bro, she didn't say ugly.
No,
Yeah.
but that's kind of
Well, that's
getting
how
close.
you took it.
Yeah, well,
We're tacking into ugly territory.
but again,
Ooh, you fugly.
would anyone disagree?
Hey, he didn't notice fugly little boy?
You had a chance to talk to Danny Wegman.
Well, I didn't really have a chance. We just passed it. What was I going to say?
Okay, look. What do you mean, what are you going to say? You have an easy in, a legitimate in. Look, I agree with you. Any other time in your life, had you walked up and been like, hi, Danny Wegman, Tom Muley, damn nice to meet you, you would have been a dick.
Yeah.
He wrote you a personal email.
But he does that every day.
Thank him for the email.
All right.
You could
Even if he didn't remember, thanking him for reaching out or something still would have been, it would have made things less awkward.
It wouldn't have made things awkward at all. Like, I believe, and you know I love to kill you, but you effed up here. Like, you could have walked up and been like, excuse me, Danny, Mr. Wegman, however you want to address him, right? I really appreciate the email you sent me. Tommy Muley, I work for WCMF. You sent me an email a couple weeks ago. It was great. Thank you so much. That would have been an in.
Yeah, but he's going to be a class guy. Go, hey, yeah.
Yeah.
And shake hands and move on.
Which is fine.
How do you know?
And the whole time, I don't even realize there's a red dot on my forehead.
Look, him writing that email
Yeah.
tells us that he either likes what you do, which is very bizarre,
Yeah.
or is aware enough that your opinion mattered to him.
Now, hold on.
What?
Because we also could be getting Jim Kelly here.
What are you talking about?
Well, I got an email from Jim. I got an email from Danny Wegman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Doesn't necessarily mean he wrote it.
Oh, his ghostwriter?
No, he may have a staff that, like, when this stuff comes in, they just have, like, a form they send out thing. Because he doesn't have, he ain't got that time.
Okay, so
I could have been getting where you thought you got a letter from Jim Kelly, but it was Dan Kelly that wrote it to you.
which, by the way, Jim Kelly said to us on the air, which I was not prepared for and destroyed my childhood. Here's how I know it was from him personally, and I hate because I love kicking you in the scrot.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So for those who don't remember, somebody from Wegmans Corporate reached out to me that day
Yeah.
asking for Tommy's actual email because they had sent a wrong one.
Right.
You got an email, Kimmy and I got an
Yeah.
email, right? From Danny personally. I responded like, haha, thank you. He responded back at like 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
Wherever, because he was going over to somewhere in Europe.
Yeah. I think it was in Japan looking at sushi.
Okay, shut up. So no, that we know it was actually
Okay.
him.
All right.
You blew it, man. Like this was your moment. Everything.
But I
in your
don't even
life-
know what would I say. I'm not going to get anything out of it.
What's so like?
Just introducing yourself, right? Just say, I appreciate your stores, Mr. Wegman. Thank you.
Okay.
You sit here and all you do is sing the praise of Danny
I
Wegman, how
know.
great he is.
It's okay
Your
to
Lord
nerd
and
out sometimes.
Thank you.
You know what I mean? Like, even if you look like an idiot, I would just think, like, you'd be so driven to say something because of how much you love him in the product.
Oh, I thought you meant the outfit he was wearing, not what he would do when he talked to him.
I choked.
You're never going to have this chance again.
I know. I'll never see him again.
No,
and even if you did, like, too much time maybe would have passed since he reached out.
Yeah.
Then I can understand he wouldn't remember you or the conversation.
No, to Kimmy's point, it could not have been in a sweeter spot. 252 WCMF, Tommy Muley, after getting a personal email from Danny Wegman a couple of weeks ago, sees him coming out of his car, walking into the Pittsford Wegmans. It's just him and Danny walking across each other. He didn't say anything to him.
No.
If you would have seen him 2 days after the email and introduced yourself, you would have looked like you were going out of your way to find him.
Okay.
2 years from now, you're going to be like that guy that, like, you meet at an event. He's like, yeah, I called Weeze's show in 88. You remember me? Dan.
So it's over.
Yeah. But this would have been the perfect spot. And
So
you effing, I'm mad for it.
You know what? Next time I see him, I'll try.
No, it's too late now.
Yeah.
You blew it.
All right.
And I feel like even if you see him again, you're going to freeze up. Like, what would change about the next time
I don't
around?
think anything.
Yeah.
Bro, it's so funny. Like, you try and play yourself off, too, as, like, this cool guy. Like, you don't go near celebrities. They come in the room. You act like you're not impressed. And you choked in front of Danny Wegman.
Yes.
That guy made you nervous and freaked you out.
Hey, I don't know what it is.
He's just so handsome. He's a handsome man.
Well, he's cool.
Yeah.
He's a very cool-looking dude.
Yeah, you could have even just said, hey, like, you could have said something about the outfit he was wearing.
Hey, cool cat. Tommy
Hey.
Muley here, fellow cool cat.
Where'd you get those shoes? A billionaire store?
Black Oak writes us on Instagram. Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. He says, I saw Tommy walking in Pittsford. I saw him from a mile away. I literally yelled, Tommy! And he looked at me like a lost boy. That was definitely Tommy.
Yep.
Yeah, probably.
Nick writes us, Tommy's interaction is how I think it would have gone down, or Tommy's interaction, how I think it would have gone down between Lord Danny, and nope, I'm not reading that last part out loud. Dear God, you people are monsters. You're all monsters.
I think I got his point.
Okay. I would even argue you're doing Danny Wegman a favor in that situation.
Yeah,
by saying,
bugging him.
No, listen.
Hey, Mr. Wegman.
Well, don't say it like that. His family built this business.
Oh, yeah.
He is in charge of a legacy that was established before him.
100 years ago.
And he does this work with other members of his family, right? He is very hands-on. He has his own name tag, for God's sake.
Yes, he does.
I don't think stopping and telling Danny Wegman how much you love what he does and what he and his family has built, I think that would mean something to him.
He gets it all the time.
How do you know it doesn't mean something to him every time?
It can't.
How do you know? Maybe it's one of those things that never gets old.
All right.
Look, when folks tell Josh Allen, Mick Jagger, whoever in person that they mean something to them, I'm sure, even though you hear it all the time, it still feels good.
I always figured just, yeah, I get it, man.
Everyone wants to hear nice things about themselves and what they do.
Yeah.
All right.
God, you're such an idiot. You're such an idiot.
But I wouldn't have gotten anything out of it, like
a selfie.
like something free.
You would have had the opportunity to talk to Danny Wegman.
You wanted something free? That's the only reason you'd do
That'd be
it?
pretty cool.
Do you not actually like Danny Wegman? Do you
Yeah,
just
no.
trying to get free stuff the whole
Well,
time?
hey, I'll take free if you got
Wegman
it.
service.
Want to throw me a little gift card or something? But hey,
Let's take a break.
all right.
All right, right now.
This is it?
252 WCMF, our last pair of tickets for this week. Adam Sandler is coming to the KeyBank Center September 21st in Buffalo, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets are on sale right now at Ticketmaster.com, but you can win them.
Oh, boy.
Also, right now, 252 WCMF, 252-9263. We'll take the eighth caller. You and a very special close friend will be able to go see Adam Sandler September 21st, KeyBank Center of Buffalo. How about
What?
he's back again? He's just waiting. He's waiting, lurking in the weeds. I hope for his sake he pulls it off.
All right.
Adam Sandler, eighth caller, 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Good luck from your friends here in the break room on CMF. Coming up here, Tommy.
Yeah, buddy?
There are two stories about this from our area over the last 2 weeks.
Yeah.
In one, we don't have a motive. People believe they know the motive. And even if the motive is thievery, this is such a desperate situation. I know it's illegal, and I know you don't want these things to get taken.
But it's sad.
How much worse can you make someone's life?
Oh.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. There are two ways this story goes.
Okay.
It could be a simple mistake, or it could be a tale of someone so down on their luck they thought this was a good idea. Because in the defense of this person accused of this crime,
Yeah.
there is one way to make free money legally in this world, and it's by doing this. The only problem, according to police, they found a way to do this legal thing illegally. You hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Kimmy, who's going to see Adam Sandler?
Brian.
Brian's going to Buffalo Key Bank Center. That is our final pair of tickets to give you this week. Our apologies. But if you would like to go see Adam Sandler at the Key Bank Center in Buffalo, September 21st, courtesy of Live Nation, tickets are on sale right now at Ticketmaster.com. Tommy?
Yeah, buddy.
We are headed out to your favorite summer town.
Where are we going?
Penn Yan.
Oh, yeah.
But this story has nothing to do with summer fun. A woman whose age we don't know has been arrested after police say she stole bottles and cans from a drop-off site in Penn Yan.
Oh, man.
Now, based on the story, it sounds like it's one of those charity bins.
Yeah.
Usually is.
Police say she stole them in an attempt to get the money for herself.
Okay.
Police say she had 2 bags of bottles and cans. She was arrested, charged with criminal possession of stolen property. She has a court date coming up. By the way, this is not the only bottle can theft story we've seen in our area this week. In Greece yesterday, police put out a picture of a woman they are looking for doing the exact same
It's a
thing.
woman and
Snagging
a dude,
cans?
I believe.
Oh, it was 2 people.
Yeah, it was a couple.
My apologies.
Or at least they both got out of the same car.
It's just snagging.
Grabbing cans
Yeah.
out of a bin for
Yeah.
charity. Okay. So when it comes to the story at Penn Yan,
Yeah.
there are 2 ways this could go. The most obvious, if the allegations are true, is this is a really sad caper.
Yes.
Because I want you to think of the biggest garbage bag of cans you can.
And I've seen them.
It's like,
I've seen them.
I've seen the
You've
big
seen
bag
them.
of cans.
I've seen a big bag of cans.
What's that worth? Like $3?
At the most, right?
Yeah.
Like
$2.
at max with 2 bags.
It's changed.
This woman scored $10.
Yeah.
Maximum. I don't like to see people get arrested for this.
I didn't think so, I mean, they're going to take her to court.
Well, I mean, it's going to be something small, but
yeah,
like,
but she ain't got that, man.
I mean, she's stealing cans. Like, look, here's the thing, and it's a tough spot
I
to be in
know.
because if these cans do belong to a charity, you can't just look the other way, right? That money was going to be used for something good, but what are you?
It's about as busted as you can get.
Exactly. Like, how are you going to punish someone that
For
is
stealing trash.
Yeah, they're at a point in life where they're stealing a nickel at
It's
a time.
trash.
Yes,
Because somebody discarded it.
All right. For the story in Penn Yan, is there another potential explanation for the accusations?
The only thing I can think of, well, especially when it comes to like the school bottle drives.
Yeah.
Because I remember as a kid, like parents would like take turns going to pick those things up.
Okay.
So it would suck if you were a parent that got mistaken for picking up the cans. You know, it was just like a misunderstanding. Like, I'm not the normal person that picks these up.
Okay.
But I'm doing somebody or I'm volunteering, or I'm doing somebody a favor.
Okay, but in that case, you could explain yourself. There wouldn't be charges.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
can't be
Yeah.
the situation.
So you're looking for another explanation of why her
Why she would
motivation was?
Take the cans.
Could this woman simply have been mistaken? Did she not
Like, she thought it was trash.
Or like, yeah, this is where the cans go,
Yeah.
and I'm going to take these cans, right? I mean, it's not out of the question.
Okay.
There's usually like a sign though on the bin.
What if this person doesn't speak English?
So you have a English-speaking woman
Yeah,
taking the cans, but illegally.
but not knowing she was taking them illegally. And I
Like,
get
I
it.
Oh,
think
okay,
was
like
just,
she didn't.
clearing
That's what
out
I'm saying,
stuff
she's
that
mistaken.
people
I
discarded.
mean, that's a stretch, bro.
I mean, I'm a serious question. Like, I don't know. I think about how on the balls of your
Oh,
ass
you said, yeah.
you would have to be to risk arrest to grab 2 bags of bottles and cans.
Right. But depends on what a bad way this woman is, in.
Okay.
I mean, she could be in a sad way, more than just money.
No, you're right. You're absolutely right. Right. Okay. But here's the thing. I've never seen anyone fight for bottles and cans.
No.
All right. I'm gonna ask a serious
I
question.
mean, that's a bum move for the most part.
Man, you have such a good way of conveying sensitivity through your emotions into a microphone.
Oh, thank you.
Oh man, this poor woman. That's a bum
Yeah.
move.
But it is.
What are you being a bum over there? There's a lot of bums over there. What is that? A bum factory?
But you country bumming.
All right. Serious question. Both of you guys.
Yeah.
I'll start with Kimmy.
Go ahead.
Kimmy, if someone walked into your garage tomorrow and took all of the bottles and cans, you come out and you see them walking down the street with your plastic and aluminum, would you call the cops?
I'd be a little bothered that they like entered my garage, but that's the only reason. I don't care. You could take the cans.
But would you call the cops watching them walk away with the cans?
Probably not.
Okay. Tommy?
It's not
Yeah.
worth the call.
Okay. All right. You see someone walking down the street with your bottles and cans. They just went in your garage. Do you call the cops?
Hey. No, I'm not calling no cops for some bum. Can bum. That's a can bum. What?
You're a monster.
How is that a monster?
Calling him a can bum?
Well, you are kind of bumming around. You're
Okay.
walking around, bumming around, looking around.
Well, they're bumming and a looking?
Bumming and looking and a bumming.
I'll be honest with you, man.
What?
I might actually be thrilled. I don't have to worry about my bottles of cans.
That would
anymore.
also be nice. If it was just trash, take all my trash.
I mean, look, it's possible that if this person accusing this crime of Penn Yan stole these cans, maybe they assumed that no one was going to make a big fuss over it.
It could be that, too. Like, nobody's going to care.
Yeah, because, we're a big risk versus reward show. And the risk of stealing these cans versus the rewards you get,
Insane.
it's out of whack.
Yeah.
Right? Which means either it was a misunderstanding or if the allegations are true, misread the situation and is now in a bunch of trouble because of it.
But it sounds like she could have worked something out with the police, right then and there.
Well, no, they found the can. They found her with
Right.
the cans.
No, but she could have explained herself.
Well, what's there to explain?
Well, I didn't know. Because I can see the cops not wanting to deal with this, too.
You're saying just play dumb.
Well, I mean, it is a small town crime,
Right.
Penn Yan.
But, I'm sure the cops don't want to deal with
No,
this.
I understand, but crime. I mean,
Crime's a crime.
252 WCMF 252-9263. A woman in Penn Yan, whose age we do not know, has been arrested after police say she stole bottles and cans from a drop-off site in the town. It sounds like it was a charity bin. They say she had two bags of bottles and cans. Arrested, charged with criminal possession of stolen property. It's the second story like this in our area this week. Yesterday, Greece police put out pictures of what Kimmy says are a woman and a man going into charity bin,
Getting out of their car.
taking
and
out
loading
bottles
up.
and cans. And you say, the police don't want to deal with it. Bro, they put out a photo looking for these people.
I know they got to do it.
But wouldn't it piss you off if you found out that person didn't really need the money? It was just somebody that thought they saw some free money laying around.
Okay,
grab
yes.
it.
That's the one situation.
Like if they pulled up in a nice car
Okay,
to
fine.
load up with the cans.
Fair enough. Yeah, fine.
That would piss you off.
I would be angry about that. But outside of
If I see somebody down on their luck grabbing cans.
can grabbing?
Yeah.
Can
Grabbing
grabbing
your
those cans.
Yeah, I feel bad for the guy.
Jake writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. My brother owns one of those can and bottle redemption stores, and these thefts happen all the time. Lulz. LOL.
Right.
Okay, but I get he's taking from your business, that's how you make
Yeah.
money. Okay, that I understand. A lot of bottles and cans there.
Yeah.
Okay, but in this case, Jacob doesn't want to hear it.
What is he
doesn't wanna hear
saying?
the sympathy. I'm going to read it in the voice I assume Jacob is saying.
Okay.
Stealing is stealing, period. Consequences are a must, or they'll think they'll just get away with it. Small thefts turn into larger ones. Before you know it, Tommy, all of a sudden, all of the cans are missing.
They're all gone?
We're in a canless community. And then what do we do then?
How do we feed the children?
Thank you. Would you give your cans to an adult that knocked on your door and asked for them?
Yeah.
Grown-ass person, you don't know who they are.
They get drawn just grabbing cans.
Yep, hello, I'm looking for the owner of this house, and you have to go get your wife. And then she comes out.
Honey. Yeah, why wouldn't I?
No charity, no cause. They just want your bottles for the money.
Yeah.
Man, any
I'm
trash
happy
you
to
want?
hand them off.
Okay,
Yeah.
so everyone in the room would do that.
Yeah.
What percentage of adults right now in Rochester do you think are protective of their nickels enough where they would say, no, you cannot have my bottles and cans?
Well, I always think most people are chintzy.
So you think most people are going to keep them?
Yeah.
They see it as a bag of money.
Yeah. And those are mine.
Okay, but again,
I earned those.
look, my wife is that person.
There's
My
also
wife,
something satisfying about it too, I think, for people.
putting them in the machine.
Yeah, well, in the machine, and just having this collection that you can
Ooh, get my money back.
You feel like you're, I don't know, not working hard for that cash.
It's being possessive.
No, okay.
I
But
guess, right?
We bring up we have so many cans and bottles.
Yeah.
My kids love that, like that seltzer water.
Yeah.
Because it's so cheap.
Oh, yeah.
It's awesome. The greatest thing that's
Yeah.
ever happened to parents, right? But my garage is just full of bottles and cans.
To me, that would be in my curb.
No, but my wife, if she found out I gave away our bottles and cans, she would flip out
Yeah.
on me because she wants to take them all, mess up the car, bring them out to Wegmans, and pull home a cool $12.
Yeah. And it's work.
It does raise the question.
What's that?
There are kids that'll go around and try and mow lawns,
Yeah.
shovel
Make
driveways,
a dollar, yeah.
things like that. There were also kids, I remember when I was a kid, that would go door to door asking for people's bottles and cans just for spending money, and they would take them. What are folks willing to pay a grown-ass person to do for them at their house? Because with kids out for the summer, I mean, it would be nothing to see a teenager asking, hey, can I mow your lawn for $15?
Sure.
Tommy, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe mowing the lawn's a bad one.
What, the weed pulling?
Oh, yeah, let's say grown-ass man, 40 years old, Stranger knocks on the door. Can I pull your weeds for $30? Would you let him do that?
He's an old grown man.
Grown man. Because you let a teenager do it.
Yeah, but he's not. Doesn't have like a business. He's not a landscape.
No, he's looking to make some extra scratch.
All right.
What's the problem?
I think that's kind of weird.
What?
I don't trust him.
What, he's going to steal all your good
Yeah,
weeds?
I know. You're not like exposing anything.
I don't know.
Just walking through your garden.
Is he casing the area? What's going on?
Are you kidding me right
Well,
now?
you're a grown man. You don't own a landscaping business. You're just like pulling weeds like a.
He's looking to make money, right?
Oh,
I
that's
mean,
like a drifter.
okay. You can't just sell like apples out of a bag and bottled water at the park, right? Like you have
Yeah,
to.
you can. I was on that show. I would say no because I'm thinking he's some kind of drifter bum.
Kimmy,
Yeah.
would you let a grown man mow your lawn for $20?
Yeah. Go for it.
But he's not a landscaper. He doesn't live in your neighborhood.
Sure.
He's just walking up.
He's just mowing the lawn.
Hey, man, I'll mow your lawn.
Well,
I'm in a bad way.
You got dying Elvis at your
I can
front
also
door?
help you fix up this porch here. Dollar up a little bit.
Wise men say,
Say
I'd like
you.
to pick your weeds.
So you would.
Yeah, I don't see why that's a problem. The guy's just looking to make some money. That's what we want, right? Like,
Yeah, I
if
understand.
everyone's bitching about this stuff being stolen and crime happening, if I am giving him money to do an actual job, aren't I contributing?
You are, but you're taking a risk.
Okay, 252
He's not licensed.
to pull weeds.
Yeah, a landscaper.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Nick. Hey, Nick, how are you, buddy?
Hey, good morning. How you doing, brother?
Good, brother. What do you got?
All right, so back to the cans thing a little bit. I mean, I can understand people get low down on times. I mean, I have one of these collection bins 2 doors down from me. Sometimes I take them, but the thing is like, I save all my cans and bottles, right? But do you ever want to take them back? So, like, man, I end up with like 15, 16 contractor bags of these things. And by the time I want to take them back, like, I don't have a truck. I got like 5 different trips, 15 minutes each way to take these things back.
Amen,
so
brother.
If someone knocked on my door, it's like, can I get your cans? Hell yeah, you could take my cans.
You know, you could
Please
just
do
put
me
'em-
a favor.
You could just put him at the curb, let the
Yes.
trash guy take him.
Well,
What's the
then
difference?
nobody's getting the
Tommy,
money.
I mean, there's people that need help. I mean, you live in your wife's house. You probably could use the cans more than me.
They call him the human
What?
can. At least that was his nickname
You
in
know,
high
he
school.
is. And to touch on the grass mowing thing, who the hell loves mowing their lawn? I mean, a lot of people take pride in it, but still, $20, someone's knocking on my door. I
And
don't
you got
care what it looks
some
like. It's
drifter.
getting done.
The next thing you know, man, things are missing around the house or worse.
Why is he mowing the inside of your house?
Yeah, well, he's got a really thick shag carpet.
You know, he's like checking things out.
We got breaking and entering, Tommy. Then we got breaking and entering. I mean, what are we going here?
All right, Nick is a kind, generous human
He's a
being.
sucker.
He's gonna,
Nick the sucker, man.
sucker Nick.
You're a
Yeah.
sucker. You live in Pittsford. You probably have landscaping crews your wife pays for. What do you
Oh,
guys do?
we got a sucker off in the break room. You a sucker. No,
Oh,
you
your
a
mom's
sucker.
out here.
Shut up. Nick, thanks for the call, buddy.
I'm so happy that I live in Pittsford to get all my cans taken back and my lawnmower. Oh, bitch ass bitch.
Nailed it, Nick. Thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the
very
day.
good.
How you like Nick now?
Yeah, he's good.
We got more Instagram messages coming in. Again, we started this conversation. A woman in Penn Yan was arrested after police say she stole 2 bags of cans and bottles from what looks to be a charity bin. She was arrested, charged with criminal possession of stolen property. There's another story from yesterday in Greece. The police department is looking for. They put out photos of 2. He goes, oh, why do the police even want to waste their time? This is a Crime Stoppers situation.
Yes,
now.
it is.
We got Instagram messages coming in. Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. Jake writes us, if people want side gigs, go do what people normally do. Go drive an Uber or deliver for Uber Eats or do Instacart. You don't need to mow my lawn. Let's talk about that.
Well, if
Okay.
you have a car, you can do those things.
You nailed it. 100%. I think if you don't have a standard job as a grown-ass person,
Yeah.
right? Because, I mean, there's been a couple of companies making major layoffs in our area
Oh,
over the
sure.
last couple of weeks.
It's sad.
If you don't have access to a car, and we found out, was it 40% of residents of the city of Rochester don't have daily
Yes.
access to a car? Okay, that's a lot of people. So I can't deliver food or groceries.
Yeah, you're out.
I am in between jobs at the moment.
Yeah.
What can I do for a side gig?
Well, yeah, these would be great jobs
No,
for you.
but that's what I'm saying. I can't drive an Uber. I can't do
You have to offer
Instacart.
your services somewhere, yeah.
Why would you automatically be suspicious of that person?
Well, if you're living in the city
Yeah.
and you walked all the way to my house,
Because you have the funds to pay someone else to do it.
No, but you walk to my house.
Take the bus down to Monroe Avenue
All right.
and walk into your neighborhood. It's not that far.
All right.
Look at how uncomfortable he's getting. Wait a minute. People from the city in my neighborhood that I don't actually possess any.
He didn't even think about buses.
I don't.
The fact that you can get around via a bus.
I always feel.
cross his mind.
I feel bad for them people on the bus.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do. When I look at them, I always feel bad.
So what do you do about it?
I look at them.
You look at them, and
I
then
give them a sad face.
and if they came to mow your lawn, now get back on the bus. Get back on the bus. All right,
Will they let you on the bus with your lawnmower?
I think they have an
Little help.
attachment on the front, like for bicycles. All right, let's take a break.
Yeah.
You know, if you don't have a car and you have the funds, maybe it's time to go get a new car.
Okay.
Right? Much like I did
Yeah, buddy.
with my brand new Honda Pilot from the family of dealerships. But not everything new is great. Because people will have complaints about new vehicles. You got to get used to it, right?
There's glitches.
And it turns out one of the biggest complaints for Americans right now in buying new cars
Yeah.
has nothing to do with how the car drives, how the car looks.
Oh,
It's that they have no space for these.
their ass.
No, we'll tell you what it is
They're
next
too
here in the
fat.
break room on CMF. Little changes in society can ruin your life when it comes to making you comfortable. Because here's the thing. People using this more is probably a good thing.
Okay.
Carrying these around with them, it's a good thing.
Nice.
But now, they got nowhere to put them. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. I have in front of me a study done by a motor vehicle company. Like one of these outside data gathering companies. And they have the biggest complaints from Americans buying new cars in the last year.
What's the beef?
One of the biggest issues is that customers say cup holders are no longer big enough.
Wait. Are cups getting bigger?
Have you not noticed cups getting bigger?
Well, I know they're getting taller.
Okay.
It's the
That means they're
water
getting fatter. What?
It's the water bottles. Nobody, like the big water bottles people
Oh,
carry
like
around
ones,
to make sure they get enough H2O throughout their day.
Breezy and I think Derek bring in their jugs.
Yeah.
With like a big strap on the top. What kind of holder is that going to be? Where are you going to sit?
No, that's
some of them are just slightly wider than the average cup.
The ones that they have are huge.
No, okay, look, and that's the other problem here. Like if you go,
there's no room for my keg.
If you go to McDonald's, Wendy's, no matter what shape of the cup, the bottom always fits in the cup holder.
Well, like the big gulp, it's like fluted down.
Fluted down. I hear it's spectacular. These water bottles everyone's carrying around, there is no common size.
So you got a little bit bigger one. Does that fit?
This does not fit in my cup holder.
It doesn't?
Well, actually, I haven't tried it with my new Pilot, but my old Pilot, it's just slightly too big on the bottom, much like your mom. But like my wife, I won a Stanley in a raffle before Stanley's got big like 4 years ago. And hers fits in the cup holder.
Yeah, because it tapers down.
And it pisses me off because she took the Stanley from me. I didn't know the Stanley was anything special, and now she's got a cup-holding water bottle, and I don't. It's horse crap.
So what do you got, straddle that between your legs?
Well, so I have this is my work water bottle. I have a home and carry-around water bottle.
You are such a water hole.
We're all water holes.
Yeah.
We're like 98% water.
No, I bring a standard plastic. I drink out a warm plastic bottle for health. Cheers.
I mean, Kimmy, does your water bottle fit your cup holder?
So my cup holder, I have a cup holder that adjusts so you can make it slightly bigger, but it just like if I had anything bigger than what I have, it would be a no-go.
So here's the thing. Like I know this sounds silly, but it's a legitimate issue. And if you're a water person, 252 WCMF, you feel this pain. If you put it in your passenger seat while you drive,
like it's rolling around,
and then it leaks. They always leak. It doesn't matter how good it is. There will be water on your seat. If you put it on the passenger floor, now it's banging around all over the floor.
It's dirty down there.
You got it. And if you have a passenger and it's on the floor, my wife, your water bottle keeps hitting my ankles. It hurts. What am I supposed to do?
I mean, have a glass of water before you leave the house.
I need to keep my water with me at all times.
I got to stay hydrated. I work out. I got to have 8 glasses a day.
It ain't even about the working out thing. Like people are finally starting to drink the amount of water that they've been supposed to.
All right.
Okay, what?
We're probably all overhydrated anyway.
Oh, here we go.
I don't know. You look like you could use some more water.
What's wrong with my skin?
You look thirsty.
Let's just put it this way. I don't know where your crocodile shoes start and your legs end. That's how bad your skin looks. And my wife is doing all she can. All she can. 252 WCMF, one of the biggest bitches right now from customers buying new cars in America is that the cup holders are not big enough. All of these different size water bottles. You would think, Kimmy, with water bottles being as popular as they are, they would come up with one standard shape that fits in car cup holders.
No, it's not a thing. They're all different.
Here's the other thing, too.
What's that?
My wife's Stanley, it's top heavy, right?
Yeah.
As you said, it flutes down into the thing.
It tapers.
I've also seen it fly out of the cup holder when she's driving.
It does?
It's
Oh, it
full.
tips over?
Well, like if it's like halfway to the top full, the water will take the momentum and it'll fly out of the cup holder.
Well, maybe these bottle companies and cup people need to dial it back a little bit. You don't need that much. How much fluid do you need to walk around with? What are you driving to the sun?
Well, but here's the thing. Not everywhere has a place I can fill up my water bottle.
Oh, for God's sakes, it's America.
Fill it up
We got
once, you're good all day.
Yeah.
We got goddamn faucets all over the place.
We got goddamn faucets
You're
all
not
over.
going to fill it up in like a random bathroom somewhere.
Well, you're not swilling it out of the crapper.
No, she's right. I don't know where the water's good and where the water's not
The
good.
water's. You go to that grimy ass thing in the hallway.
Exactly, and you don't.
Yeah.
No, they just put in a new filtered
they
water
did.
fountain.
Yeah, that's what I want you to think.
Okay, so wait, you're making my point, you idiot. You were the one, after we got back here, because we had to broadcast from home for what, like 4 months?
Yeah.
You were the one, like, don't use the tap
Well,
water.
there was chunks in it.
No, it wasn't.
There was stuff floating in that water, bro. It was wiggling.
So there were national stories. Yeah. What's the God? It's not Legionnaire's disease. Is it Legionnaire's disease?
Yeah, Legionnaires. It comes in the water.
So when people
that's bad, bro.
When we all got sent home from COVID, the water hadn't been used in any of these buildings that we worked in, like nationwide, and people were getting sick because the water had been sitting. Yes, and bacteria had been breeding.
And it's very careful with that stuff.
So I think from that point on, people just decided I'm going to get my water where I trust it, and I'm going to carry it around.
All right.
Why are you so? You get mad about the weirdest things.
Weird.
Well, you're whining about your goddamn jug size.
No, I mean, but this is everybody's whining about this. This is one of the most common. By the way, it is not the most common complaint. However, the most common complaint from Americans buying new cars, the touchscreen's getting more complicated.
Oh,
it's a distraction.
So
it has to be a distraction by now.
It is funny. I'm not allowed to have my phone, but I can have this.
There have been times where I'm like, oh, crap. And then I'm like, I end up accidentally hitting something I didn't mean to. So now I got to go back and undo what I just did.
So I am surprised how big these screens are getting, too.
Oh, yeah. Have you seen these screens, Kimmy?
Bro, it's like you got a goddamn TV in there. They're huge.
Okay.
It's too much.
Too much.
Too much.
Part of it, Kimmy's the distraction.
Yeah.
Another bitch, you're not Kimmy, is people do not like having to scroll through a bunch of different things because now it's not one page anymore.
Basics. Yeah.
You can
Multiple
swipe
pages?
like a phone.
Oh.
But like functions, some of these new cars, the air conditioning, the radio,
how
to open your garage door, it's only on the screen.
Oh, so the screen does everything.
Exactly. So like if I have, radio on one swipe and then I want to turn the AC on, now I'm swiping while I'm driving.
Or I'll accidentally, if I'm trying to turn up or down my radio, I'm accidentally turning up or down the temperature.
So you can't scroll from like your steering wheel, like how you know what I mean?
I guess it just depends on what car you have.
Oh, because that would be the way to fix that.
Oh, here, let me call GM. I think
Hey,
nobody thought of that idea.
Well, they figured everything else out. They couldn't figure that out.
Hey, guess what, boys? We're back in business. WBLA figured it out. Put it on the steering wheel.
Yes.
And then save your money, jackass.
Leave your water at home.
Instagram messages coming in. No, look, now you got
you're
people,
all overhydrated.
Now you got
douches.
people going off on water. See
my
what you did?
skin. I want supple skin. Nobody's touching you.
Troy writes on Instagram, Duffy at WCMF, the easiest way to get us. Jesus, how much water does one person need at a time? Go to Walmart, get the water bottles that are tapered to fit in a cup holder. Have a separate one for when you're out and about. Having 2 water bottles isn't a big deal, and people need to stop bitching.
I also think you're a dick if you have 2 water bottles.
Okay, so now Troy's a dick too, and he's on your side.
I got my road bottle and my home bottle.
It's going to be so funny when you become water bottle guy because at some point a doctor is going to tell you you have to get X amount in every day for your health, and you're going to walk in like, yeah, I discovered this new thing, water. I don't know if you ever heard of it, guys.
No, but here's the thing. He's too little to carry like the normal size water. I'm not even kidding. No,
can't do it with your little hands.
No, like I'm serious. Your hands are not big enough to.
He needs a water bottle
ball.
with a set of caster wheels on it, so he can wheel it around.
That's how old he is. Kimmy doesn't know what caster wheels are.
The wheels at the bottom of something.
Okay.
What do you call them?
Wheels.
Yeah, caster wheels. They spin around.
These caster wheels, they spin around. Not like the other wheels everyone's been talking about that explode into a million pieces. Someone should call GM, tell them to fix those too. Hey, I got 2 tips for you now. Take a break. 4th of July tomorrow. Mm-hmm. And as we talk about people bitching about water, you should have all of the water on hand, period.
Why?
For tomorrow night. Not for drinking.
For what?
Just in case this happens.
Oh.
Because more people than ever, it seems, will be doing this tomorrow night. And it is still mind-blowing that not only men, and it's only men, feel that they are smart enough and experienced enough to do this, but that law enforcement in our state, our region, our community, do not take this seriously at all.
Oh.
Everyone just looks the other way because there are legitimate, horrific consequences that we see every single year.
Really?
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. 4th of July tomorrow,
Yeah, buddy.
a chance for you to celebrate America by blowing up a small piece of it. Hundreds of neighborhoods across the greater Rochester area will be the site of illegal fireworks displays
Oh, yeah.
put on by dads trying to impress the kids and all the single moms. And if you are one of these people, there is something you need to know.
What's that?
Not only are we doing this more than ever, it's actually causing a massive problem.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. If you're looking for something safe to do
Yeah.
for the 4th of July, the Red Wings are in town.
Mm-hmm.
They will have their biggest professional fireworks show of the season. And that's not the only thing going on in Innovative Field.
What else?
Head to the contest page right now, WCMF.com. Enter for your chance to win a pair of general admission tickets to Terrapin Flyer with special guest Scott Gooberman.
Wait, Goobs?
Goobs will be there.
Goobs.
They'll be performing a tribute to Grateful Dead music coming to Innovative Field July 16th, courtesy of the Rochester Red Wings. For tickets, visit redwingsbaseball.com just after 9:25, 9:30. It's Wednesday. You know what that means.
Oh, I think we're going to get a little creepy.
That's right. Creep kept coming at you. And if you listen to the show, you know we're bad at math. It actually just happened like 35 minutes ago. Scientists have now found a way to make people bad at math better at math.
Oh.
Like it worked.
Sign me up.
You sure?
Yeah, if I could be a mathematician.
Yeah.
Oh. Heart, is this going to take a big commitment?
No.
Oh.
But
They're not, like cutting my head open. Or
that's
nothing.
actually exactly what they're doing.
No, they're not.
We'll get into it just after 9:30 here in the break room on CMF. Firework injuries are on the rise.
What?
Now, on the surface, there's an easy explanation. It turns out we are buying more illegal fireworks than ever before. So we don't have the data yet for this year, obviously.
Well, because we can't count on our hands.
But sales for fireworks across America increased from 2022 to 2024.
Wow.
And with that increase, so increased the injuries.
Hey, that makes sense.
Last year, about 15,000 Americans were injured by fireworks.
God damn.
Wow.
There was a 52% increase in hospital room visits,
Yeah.
a 38% increase in fatalities.
Wait. They died from lighting fireworks?
Yeah, it's a bomb, man.
I know, but that's got to be rare.
Well, I mean, look, I
You
don't.
got to do it just right. man.
I think it's easier than you think
That's got to be one whopper of a firecracker.
to kill yourself.
Take
with
out Frank and his beer.
It's a mortar.
Oh, true.
I mean, for
But
God's
just
sake.
never look directly at a mortar.
Let me put it this way:
Right.
just sparklers in America
Yeah.
cost 1,700 emergency room visits in America.
Okay, those
last year.
people, I don't feel bad for.
The sparklers. That could be a
Sparklers?
Jeez,
kid.
you charging
kids.
someone a sparkler.
That could be a
That's
kid.
Don't
usually
give
for
it to
the
a little kid.
ones.
Hey, you want to do sparklers? Yeah. Watch me hold it.
Yes.
Okay. Look, I agree with you. Don't give sparklers to a little kid, but people buy sparklers
Yeah.
to give them to little kids.
Right.
And here's the thing: more fireworks, more injuries.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Mhm.
What doesn't make sense right away with the data we have in front of us is why more people are getting in on the fireworks game.
Oh.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Why all of a sudden have we decided we all want to do fireworks on our own?
I mean, they seen it more on social media,
That's a good theory. I don't hate that.
right?
I don't
Put
hate
it out
that.
there. Kind of brag about it.
People having fun.
Are there more places legalizing fireworks? Because I know that New York is now allowing people to sell like those lower level.
Broader,
Yeah, the less fun.
Yeah, you see the tents and everything. I mean, outside of those two things, I mean, accessibility would do it. Is there something else that we're missing here? Because fireworks have been getting more expensive. It should be going in the opposite direction.
Are they getting cool? I mean, is there like new fireworks we don't know about that are way cool?
You see these
That
new
are way
super cool fireworks?
Yeah.
Have you ever gotten an ad for fireworks? Because I've never seen that either.
Maybe it's illegal in New York.
Okay, true.
Like a direct ad, you're saying?
Yeah, like something that pop up for you, especially this time of year.
No, because there's
Yeah.
ads, there's billboards for the places down in Pennsylvania.
You're right. So that doesn't make sense why we wouldn't be getting direct ads for fireworks. Unless,
So despite that, people are still going out and buying them.
it's possible now that we're talking about it, we're going to get direct ads for
Yeah.
fireworks on our Instagram pages. All right, so here's the thing.
Hey, what's that?
Maybe it's time to try something.
Try what?
I know you dads are out there. You fireworks dads.
Mhm.
You have your stash. You made the run to the Pennsylvania border. You are neighborhood fireworks dad. Why, all you dads listening that are neighborhood fireworks dad, did you decide to go down that road? And what are your intentions this weekend, tomorrow, whatever, putting on this illegal explosion show for the people you live around? 252 WCMF 252-9263. What drew you into being illegal fireworks dad?
Well, it's one standard thing.
What is it?
Show off.
Okay.
All men are show-offs.
Well, if all men are show-offs, every man would be lighting off illegal
I feel
fireworks.
like it's your duty to provide the neighborhood with entertainment.
All right.
You're a show-off, I'm a show-off. We don't have illegal fireworks.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, but we shoot our mouths off.
Okay, yeah.
I mean, I guess there's just
More
one-
dangerous than a fireworks, but Tommy's mouth responsible for 1,500 emergency room visits last year.
Burnt your mama up last night.
Why, man?
She was on fire.
Why? Okay, you know what?
You
Now I
talking
want,
about the original burning bush?
now I want a firework. Now I want one really bad.
Is it the pressure to keep up with the expectations? Like if you did it one year, well, now you got to do it. Then I mean, now you are officially that person.
But why did you do it in the first place? And why are there more? Because there
Well,
should
maybe you did it little by little. Like maybe the first year wasn't. We'll just pick up a few things and do it, and then like it just keeps growing every year. So now you're at a level where people again have these expectations of what the neighborhood show's going to look like.
Okay. All right. Look, all of these theories, decent theories. But when you stand back and really look at illegal fireworks, Dad, you shouldn't want to do this.
No.
One, you are putting your health at risk.
Yeah.
And as much as you want to believe otherwise, you got no training in fireworks. A slight delay, a knocked over tube, a short fuse can change your life in an instant.
Yeah.
Can change someone else's life in an instant. Because again, these are legit explosions we are talking about. And I know men are arrogant, but it is pretty mind-blowing that men can be so confident that with no experience, you're going to play with a bomb.
But don't forget, they've been around forever, though.
Okay.
That's the other thing. You know, they're part of our culture.
Okay.
I mean, it's just something that we do as Americans.
By the way, it's not even American. They're Chinese.
I know, but
It's just that's the other funny thing too. It's for America. We gotta go to China and get this stuff for America.
but then I don't think did they invent it? I know they
I believe
invented
the Chinese
gunpowder.
I believe the Chinese invented fireworks.
Oh, they did. All
I
right.
think so.
I know they make them.
It just feels right to say it.
Okay, but like your dad's, it's generational.
No,
you know?
I watched my dad almost explode the neighborhood, and I will never set off a firework in my
But I
life.
bet you other people saw your dad do it and go, "That's cool."
No, they were running for their lives. I'm not even making
Oh.
that up. Kimmy, Chinese fireworks?
Fireworks were invented in ancient China.
There you go.
Yeah.
Man, they're having some fun in ancient China.
Happy birthday, America. Second issue.
Yeah,
Forget your safety. You're putting your neighbors' homes at risk.
that's
Yeah.
right.
Right? Like one rogue shot on a neighbor's roof makes for a very embarrassing 911 call.
It's been a really wet spring. I think we're all right.
On the roof, what, he's got moss up there? Like, here's the thing, too. If something like that does happen, which happens more than you think,
Yeah.
where the shot just goes off in a rogue shot, you can't explain
Well, what
yourself.
are we gonna do then?
Not explode?
No, but it's not fun then.
Go see the town fireworks?
You're also kind of forcing all your neighbors to participate and be cool with this because I remember as a kid, like, I vaguely remember a neighbor or two that wasn't really involved in the party complaining that all the debris was in their yard the next day.
Thank you. Thank you.
So even if like, you know, you
That's freedom
don't
debris,
intend
buddy.
to do anything. Yeah, there's a lot that can disrupt other people and their routines.
Freedom debris sent right from Beijing.
Yes.
There you go. The third reason, let's forget the health aspect of it. Let's forget the fact that you are one rogue shot away from setting your neighbor's house on fire.
Well, what else you got?
It's expensive as hell.
Well, let them spend their money.
You ready for this?
What?
No, that's what I'm saying. Guys that do this, why are you spending the money? Last year in America, we spent over $2 billion collectively on fireworks.
Yeah.
And if you're going to Pennsylvania to get the illegal stuff, you're not coming home for less than $200. That's a bare minimum you were spending. All of that money and time for 10 minutes of feeling like a big man?
Yeah, but if you shut it down, then you kill the fireworks economy.
We don't have legal fireworks here.
No, but there's still the money gets spread around. Don't forget, it's not just the fireworks. It's the trips to the ER and urgent care. And, you know, aftercare treatment and also hand therapy because you blew your thumb off.
The hand therapy industry
Yes.
out of business.
Wiped out.
Would you feel the need if you ended up in the ER due to a firework injury? There are going to be other people in there with firework injuries,
Yes.
most likely. Do you bond with that person?
Oh, yeah.
Or do you look at them as an idiot even though you're in the same spot?
If I'm missing pieces of my hand now, I am not paying
Hey,
attention
would you lose?
to anybody
Part
else.
of a thumb.
Think about that. You know how cool your hands are? You've had them since the moment you were born.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, guess what? Mistake. Now you don't. 252 WCMF, the 4th of July tomorrow. We have a pretty stunning study in front of us. We are buying more fireworks than ever in America, which doesn't make a lot of sense based on budgeting and the fact that they're still illegal in a lot of places. With that, fireworks injuries have been on the increase from 2022 to 2024. Last year, 15,000 Americans were injured by fireworks, 52% increase in hospital room visits, 38% increase in fatalities, and like I told Tommy,
Yeah.
1,700 emergency room visits last year just from sparklers. I'm going to ask you a question,
I'm going to listen.
and I need you to hear what I am
I'm gonna
asking.
listen. Right
No,
here.
really, because it's important. There's a difference.
Yeah.
Do you respect the neighborhood fireworks guy? And if you don't have one now, when you were growing up, did you respect the neighborhood fireworks guy back in the day? Not like,
Yeah.
not think he was cool. Did you respect him?
Respect him as a fine American celebrating our nation.
I'm asking you a question.
The founding fathers.
I'm asking.
Usually that dad that does that, in my experience, is a complete jackass.
Oh, that's weird.
But I appreciate a good jackass.
Uh-huh.
And I will watch a good jackass put on a show.
So you don't respect them?
Oh, no.
No. So if
But I'll watch.
if all of you dads out there are doing this for respect, give me your respect, fireworks dad.
Well, here's the thing. All of the dads participated. So as a kid, I just thought that's what dads do.
Okay. Like I do feel like there's this image the fireworks dad has where like people are looking up to them. Like the kids are like, wow.
Well, yeah, I mean, as a kid, you kind of do.
I never.
No?
I mean,
I
again,
always thought it was fun and cool.
Again, I had a bad experience. I've told this story on the air before. I must have been like 10, 11 years old.
Yeah.
My dad brought home fireworks from our trip to Myrtle Beach.
Yeah.
And we had this big like community picnic behind in this common area behind
Yeah.
our neighborhood, whatever. And he sets them off, and they're like the mortar ones.
Yeah.
And everyone's like, wow, wow. Well, one goes rogue and hits a neighbor's roof. And everyone's like, well, the tube tipped over forward. It started firing into the crowd of people. And I'm telling you, one of my most vivid memories from childhood is the look of horror on these people's faces.
Yeah.
Incoming.
Bro, it's exploding in the middle of the lawn, and it's
Yeah.
lighting the whole neighborhood up. And I'm just seeing flashes of, and thank God somehow nobody got hurt,
yes.
right? But
Absolutely.
it was like
This isn't fun anymore.
it was like watching Full Metal Jacket. I'm not even exaggerating. It was horrible.
Yes.
Horrible.
It can go bad. It can go
Then
bad.
my dad went inside for like an hour, came back out. I was like,
He
hey,
hid.
what's up, everybody? Oh, he
Oh,
hid.
my
He
God.
won one
Yeah,
other
that would
option.
I don't
really-
blame him,
If
though.
your
Do
dad
you
runs and
have-
hides, it's
He's
probably
just
going
trying
to
to
ruin it for
put on
you.
a nice show.
Yeah, and he almost killed everybody.
I do remember the one guy in the neighborhood back when I was a kid that would light the fireworks with his cigarette. He'd have the cigarette in his mouth. He'd be like, and then chuck it like that.
Oh,
And
my
like
God.
how that guy is not blind is amazing.
Does he deserve to be blind?
No.
No.
But you did do it to yourself. though.
But all right, we got folks writing us on Instagram. Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. Let's start with a lady.
Oh.
Kellyanne
A
writes us.
lady cracker?
Well, here's the thing.
Yeah.
No woman sets off the fireworks.
They don't.
No woman in the history of
I
America.
don't remember any moms being involved in this.
There are no fireworks moms. But you all will set up your lawn chairs and encourage firework dad to lose a digit. Kellyanne writes us, to that point, I enjoy the neighborhood fireworks. Avoid all the people out there and the traffic. And traffic will not be busy around your house when all the fireworks have to, or when all the fire trucks have to show up to put out the fire from the
Yes.
mortar landing on your roof. Gary is theorizing why we have more fireworks. He says legal weed is the reason.
Oh.
I hope to God.
Do fireworks and potheads go together? I never
don't know.
I never
Enjoying
saw
the
that
show?
correlation. Yeah, but are you the one setting it up?
I wouldn't think.
I'm going to hope you're not high and setting off fireworks.
Well, people are drunk doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's more a drinking thing. But could be wrong. Could be people doing both.
Okay. Fireworks laws in the state of New York have to be the least enforced laws in the history of laws in mankind.
Yeah, like to your point, it has to go pretty wrong for the cops to get called.
Has anyone ever seen anyone arrested without something terrible happening?
No.
Okay. Which is funny because there's kind of an easy way to find the people doing this. You just follow the giant explosion over their heads.
But here's the problem with that. No matter where you are socially in this world,
Okay.
every neighborhood has a firework going on.
Yeah.
Okay.
At least one.
Sure.
No matter where you're at. So it's almost impossible to catch them because they're going off every street's got at least one
If
guy.
every street's got them, it actually sounds pretty easy to catch them.
Well, they
you
kinda
just
show
go
up.
street by street.
They show
Well,
up and
you-
they tell you, hey, cut it out.
Yeah.
And then you do for a little bit, and then you go right back to what you were doing.
You think if they started to enforce the law, like if they really like went out,
Round
like,
them up?
well, like wrote appearance tickets, fined them for setting off illegal fireworks, do you think it would stop people from setting them off?
I think you'd have to really fine them pretty heavy.
Because like I think the reason why people feel so comfortable doing this is the laws are not enforced.
So let's say if they caught you and they fined you or arrested you.
Well, I mean, like a quote arrest would be an appearance ticket, right? Like
Right.
they'll They'll,
Yeah, like a speeding ticket.
yeah, but that's not an arrest.
Well, I mean, like.
Let's go with a $250 fine. Would that stop, guys?
It would probably get most wives to get you to stop.
Okay. But you don't think $250 is enough to stop a guy? Because you're
No,
probably already
because-
$300 into the fireworks. That's
Yeah.
now.
Yeah, so your wife's going to be pissed that this thing just cost her $250.
Yeah, but everybody that's watching the show is probably going to chip in, right? You're
Yeah,
not gonna
that's what
let
they
that
always
guy,
do.
You're not going to let that guy take the fall if he went and bought all
F
the
that guy,
fireworks.
bro.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no.
no, yeah, sorry. You're on
Everybody's
your own.
running home.
You're on your own, Captain.
Yeah.
Mike writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF. He is here to stand up for fireworks.
Mm.
It doesn't take a rocket scientist to light a fuse. Quick stop. It's a rocket.
Yeah.
It's a literal rocket.
That's how it works.
Okay, but we'll go on.
Right.
It doesn't take a rocket scientist to light a fuse. You can be responsible and set off a few for your kids. No harm done. I think you're labeling a group of dads that just want to show their kids something cool. Just be safe. So Mike says, when you're setting off literal explosives
Yeah, what I
that
do.
are illegal to not only possess but use in New York State, all you have to do,
Be careful.
yeah, that's it.
Yeah. Read the
safe.
label.
Be
Careful.
safe.
Light and stand back.
Look, man, I'm not your mom. You do whatever the hell you want. It just continues to blow my mind with all that we see that folks are like, not only is this a good idea, nobody really does anything to stop it.
Well, nobody thinks it's going to happen to them.
Until all of a sudden they call you Deuce because you're missing 3 fingers. All right, let's take a break. It's Thursday. You know what that means?
Yeah, I think we're going to get a little bitchy.
That's right. We got a Bitch Voice Theater coming at you. And look, if you listen to the break room, you know we're really bad at math. It happened an hour ago.
Yeah.
We couldn't divide
Anything.
at all. I don't remember the number. Scientists believe they have found a way to make people that are bad at math good at
This is awesome.
And you said you'd be the first to jump in.
We all should be.
You might want to wait.
Why?
We'll get into it next here in the break room. On CMF. this is promising, especially for this room.
Yeah.
If you listen to the show, you know we are no good at math.
Mm-hmm.
And not being good at math is very frustrating because it's embarrassing in the moment. You look like an idiot.
Bro, I have like a disorder with numbers.
I mean, it sounds like you're dealing with actual something.
Yeah, but if this fixes it, it's a miracle.
It would be a miracle.
Sign me up.
I don't know if you want to sign up just yet. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. Would you like to put the hat on for the folks that are joining us from
Oh,
Choice Theater?
I
No,
forgot.
No, it's all right. You got one thing to do all day long, and you've forgotten twice. You don't prep the show. You don't say anything funny. You dress like a jackass. All you have to do is put on the effing hat with your Pomeranian shorts.
All right, here's the problem.
What's the problem?
I can't sit down with this hat because the back of
hits
the
the
chair's
back.
too
I
high.
know,
See what
it
it
is
does to the
funny.
hat?
I could see
So,
his head like kind of like
I
leaning
can't.
forward.
I have to sit
Okay.
like
Wow.
this.
Looks like that hat
It
was.
still doesn't work.
Oh, no.
Well, I'm too short for the chair.
If you have not seen the hat and the outfit today with the crocodile shoes, we highly encourage you to log on the Odyssey
Yeah,
app,
still like this.
WCMF, YouTube, or Twitch, the Break Room WCMF
Here's my hat.
on YouTube and Twitch.
Look at my hat.
Stop looking directly at the camera. That is very unsettling. If you want to hurt someone in this room, you can't call them short or stupid or say that they look like Indiana Jones's busted southern cousin, Mississippi Jones.
Oh, Pat Duffy, I don't want to see any fireworks because I don't want to see anybody get hurt because I'm just an unpatriotic little bitch.
Yeah, I don't want to see anyone get hurt.
I want to see somebody lose a freedom thumb.
Oh, you like freedom thumbs?
Love a freedom thumb.
Get the hell out of here.
Yeah.
I got this new business I'm working on.
Yeah, what's it called? Where is it at?
For God's sakes,
Well,
man.
I'm a little off with the hat.
Got one-
You look like you're about to tell us a story that's going to go sideways really quick.
Look, I'd love to sodomize you with my thumb in my kiosk business in the men's room, but there's no time.
Okay.
It's Thursday. It's time for Bitch Voice Theater. Happens now on CMF.
And now,
Puts it on his knee
Bitch
like a
Voice Theater, featuring Thomas Muley, accompanied by Patrick Duffy.
Personally, I would consider it.
Oh,
but
so you're a pansy.
I'm not gonna. I'm just,
And I'm just scared to eat dinner on the side of the road because I ain't got a man system. I got a little pin system that can't handle delicious car-killed deer venison. No, bitch.
Pat Duffy, I don't want to see Tommy laying in bed for a threesome in his Portofino shorts because I got to get creeped out because I'm a non-threesome having little bitch.
Whatever you do not make eye contact with me. This trip.
That's $5,000.
Oh, my butt. I live in Pittsford, but I don't actually live in Pittsford. I want to live a high in the hog with a collection of shackets, but I don't got $5,000 because I'm a scared-ass, broke-ass bitch.
I ain't got no $5,000 for whim. But you can identify.
No, I don't. I'm saying the deer is good.
You think even Teddy's camp?
No,
over
I
there
don't.
look good? I'm Fat Teddy. I want to eat the meat too. Because I'm a fat, roadkill eating little bitch.
Nailed it. Because you're scared.
No, I would not.
Scared-ass, bitch-ass bitch. It's Chris!
No, I'm not scared. I'm married.
I'm not a square, man.
Oh, no?
Because I'm Pat Duffy, and I'm about to announce the biggest square-ass dad move since the 1950s. This is Eisenhower Square.
First of all, your
See
buttons
that.
are
Bitch.
square.
And that was Bitch Voice Theater on WCMF.
Just real quick before we get into the story.
Yeah.
Alicia looks like she logged on to our live stream, the Break Room WCMF on YouTube.
Yeah, what'd she say?
She wrote us on Instagram. Alicia writes, man, that hat made my uterus actually contract and close.
Is that good?
Not for you, it's not. For mankind, yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, absolutely. So if you are bad at math,
Yeah.
we got some good news. A study published earlier this week in the journal PLOS Biology,
Yeah,
which we have
great journal.
We have an annual subscription to here. Found that there was something they did to increase math scores in people that were bad at math. In fact, low performers who had this procedure done,
Man, we low.
and we are low,
Yeah.
scored 25 to 29% higher instantly after this was completed.
This is awesome.
It is amazing. It's remarkable. I mean, think about going from a 50, that's an F, a major F,
Right.
to a C, a 75, which is a C or a D, all the way up to
And
an
you
A.
didn't do nothing.
You didn't have to do anything. Well, no, they had to do something.
Well, I didn't have to do nothing.
You're right. You had to sit there
I can sit.
while they placed electrical shocks in your brain.
Oh.
So, like, how do they do that?
I don't know.
Is-
Like, do they
Zap
have to cut a hole in your head?
Wait, they zap your brain into being better at math.
They found that when they
Like, kickstart it.
that's kind of what it sounds
Yeah.
like. They electrified these people's brains, and after they did that,
like before learning about about math.
Don't know.
Like they do it and then you go and you sit through a class and you just retain it better?
I don't know if it instantly made you better at math. I don't know if it made you easier. It made it easier to take care of. Okay. I'm going to read you some big words.
All right.
Okay. The double-blind, excretory neurostimulation, high-frequency transcranial random noise simulations had a stunning effect on behavioral, functional, and neurochemical levels of the brain.
But it doesn't say it hurts you. Like the procedure.
I don't
I
know.
don't know if there's long-term effects, I guess.
Okay, so yeah, that's just it. They wouldn't know, and it's admittedly a small sample size.
Bro, sign me up. I ain't got no long term left.
Bro.
I'm on short term.
I wouldn't do anything with your brain if I was you. Like I would just.
Why?
Well, because
What was the matter?
What's the point?
Hey, there you go.
Am I going to die tomorrow?
Well, no. I mean,
mean,
why
you
do you need to
could.
be good at math at this point in your life?
I would just like to know, for 10 seconds, be smart at something. Just to know what the hell that feels like.
Okay, all right. And by the way, you wouldn't be smart. You'd just
Yeah.
be smarter than you were.
That's smart.
Okay. Did you not read that book?
Yeah, you're not instantly like a genius.
What book?
Okay, never mind. It's too deep. You're gonna be.
It's over your head.
It's actually
son.
not. Everyone read it in high school. But
What's
I
the
know you
book?
don't. It's called Flowers for Algernon. It's a short story. Okay, the guy's a janitor. He's of low intelligence. He gets this
Oh,
experiment.
is this Robin Williams at Harvard?
No. What?
Yeah.
That's
yeah.
not even how the
Hunting?
movie
Good Will
went,
Hunting.
you idiot. No.
Yeah, he was like a janitor.
No, that wasn't him.
You remember this story, right, Kimmy? Flowers for Algernon.
Vaguely, I remember.
Oh,
I
you're
remember
dumb.
having to read it, but I don't remember.
Pat'll explain it to you.
He is a janitor of low intelligence.
Yeah.
He is put in this experimental study.
Yeah.
There is a mouse named Algernon who is part of the study. The mouse gets smarter. This guy gets smarter. He becomes one of the most brilliant people on the planet. He loses connections with all of his friends.
Yeah.
Nobody likes him anymore. And as he's the smartest person in the world, he starts to notice the mouse is having serious side effects. It's regressing and it's dying.
Oh.
And he knows that's going to happen to him.
What a
And
horrible book to have kids read.
it's a warning.
You read a lot of horrible books.
Wait, what's the warning? If you study hard, you might die before this mouse?
No, you idiot.
What a
'cause he
stupid ass book.
He didn't study.
Yeah,
He took
yeah,
the magic
it
bullet
was
of a pill.
cheating. Yeah.
And it, not so much as cheating. The message is more appreciate what you have, you idiot, because you don't know what comes when your life changes.
Embrace your dumbass life.
Yes!
Embrace your dumbness.
Bro, you're the dumbest person I know, and I say that as your friend. You live in Pittsford in a house you don't pay for.
Yeah.
You have your dream job that you are not qualified for.
It's a dream.
You look like
yelled at.
you're about to die right now.
What do you mean?
Why would you want anything to change?
Oh.
Algernon. You look like a mouse that's dying after an experimental procedure.
Is Algernon the mouse?
Algernon is a mouse.
Okay.
Flowers for Algernon.
So the mouse dies?
Spoiler alert.
Well, heck, I'm going to
If it
read
kinda-
that boring ass number book.
It's a very impactful short story. Like, seriously. It's like one of those, like, mind F, like, whoa. Like,
Makes you think.
mold you for the rest
You
of your
feel
life.
like as a 16-year-old kid, like, wow, I know stuff now.
I mean, it wasn't, it didn't have the same effect that, like, Limp Bizkit lyrics had on me that I carry for the rest of my life, but it was a pretty impactful story.
All right.
You never heard about Flowers for
It
Algernon?
probably wasn't even out when I was a
I
kid.
think it came out in the 30s.
Yeah, so I was probably already out of school.
No, man, look, I would love to be better at math. I don't want to be the second person that gets electrodes put in their brain to figure out how it works.
Is there something, like, maybe not math so much, but is there a subject you would, like, that you think that would help you really in your day-to-day?
That I got to get zapped in the brain?
Yeah. Like, if you instantly could know it all.
Like if you could speak a second language.
Ooh, that'd be
Like
cool.
if you could be fluent in Spanish.
Not to get zapped in the brain.
No?
Would you guys take that for fluent in Spanish?
Yeah. To have a second, like I
Yeah, but
fluent,
how
I
often
don't
are
have
you
to.
using it, though?
What?
How often are you going to use it?
In that hat?
Well, I think Latin community is like the second largest community in America.
Yeah, and you don't go
I was
anywhere
gonna say
near any of those neighborhoods.
Yes, I do. I see the guys at Wegmans. I see the Latin guys.
No, but in all seriousness, when would you use your fluent Spanish? You're not going to Mexico. You're not
Other
going to
than
Latin America.
you
Go to
just want to
Mexico,
do
I
it
got
to
the shoes
impress
for it.
people. You would just want to do it to impress people,
Yes.
not because you actually need it.
All right, I got it.
Yeah, because you can always drop it in and look cool.
But you could do that now. Nobody knows you don't speak Spanish.
You could learn a few phrases
Yeah.
if you wanted to.
All right, I got it. If I could play piano like
Like learn a skill.
yeah, like if all of a sudden I am a
You could master an
piano
instrument.
player, I would take shocks in the brain.
All right.
That to me is just so effing cool.
All right, you can learn an instrument.
Yeah, but piano specifically.
Or piano.
I don't know. Like I
Because
think
a piano's like, I'd rather know the guitar. Because you
Well,
can
he
break
already
out a
does have
guitar. I can't break out a piano.
No, I understand.
Wheel it into somebody's house, you look like a dick.
I think piano gets you laid easier than guitar does.
Oh, no. But I mean, But you can have a guitar with you. You got to keep it in your car.
Yeah, what do you think of the guy that carries a guitar around with him?
A buddy of mine likes to break it out quite a bit.
I did it one time.
I was just talking about, you're not my only buddy.
One time in front of you.
I know Guitar Johnny down at
Guitar John.
Canal Days.
Like, he has seen me play the guitar one time at an event honoring him.
Yes.
You're such a dick.
It was for you.
We wrote original songs
It was very
for
nice.
you.
You guys did a
you,
great-
you son of
You
a
did
bitch.
a brilliant job.
You have never seen me play the guitar in any other. I never talk about it on the air.
I
You're
know.
a dick.
You did a great job.
Shut up, stupid. Your hat's ugly, and I hope you die. Kimmy, what skill would you take electrodes to the brain for?
I mean, it would be cool to learn an instrument. Like, I've always wanted to be like just be able to break it out at any time, read music, produce my own song for myself, I guess.
But
I
what
don't know.
instrument would you play?
I would like to learn the guitar.
Guitar Kimmy.
Yeah,
Guitar Kimmy.
that'd be cool.
Okay, I'm going to say something.
Yeah.
And I don't mean it to sound the way it's going to sound, but it's going to sound that way. Women that play guitar. There are some very
I'm not really doing it to impress people. I just
Okay.
want to do it.
You just
for
wanna do it.
myself.
Okay.
Like, I don't even think I would have like the urge to play in front of people. I'd be too embarrassed. But I would just want to learn it for me.
But you were saying, women that play guitar.
Yeah.
Women
That's one of two ways.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, no. What I'm saying is there are women that play the guitar that have made powerful songs.
Oh, yeah.
Powerful songs. But when it comes to cool, can you name me a cool female guitar player like you would think
Like a Pat Benatar type?
Okay, that's a good one.
Yeah.
But
There are not a lot of them.
the list of men that play guitar and you're like,
Oh my God, it's endless.
yeah, that guy's cool. Women that play, not so much.
Well, I don't. There's not that many lead female guitarists.
That's what I mean.
Even in country music that have a heavy female influence, I can't think of one that
So that's a female influence with an American strong motor in it, a heavy female influence. This female influence, it's got a heavy in
But
it.
of all those chick bands, I can't think of one where she fronts a guitar.
Don't they all play guitar?
Well, no,
I mean,
we're
fronts
talking
a
like
guitar.
rock. Okay, like Bonnie Raitt plays a guitar
Yeah.
unbelievably well, right?
I mean, it's in her hands all the
Yeah.
time.
But I'm saying, I don't look at that, and I don't look at it the same way as you look at the Stones or Zeppelin or the Runaways. I guess would be an example
Right.
of that. But even again, that musically, but that's even Pat Benatar.
But I'm thinking in country music, which is heavy with guitars. I can't think of one woman that I go, oh yeah, she's brilliant at the guitar.
Can you? Kimmy, off the top of your head, the most brilliant female guitar player? And I know someone's going to write us, and we're immediately when we get into commercial, go, oh yeah, we're idiots. The greatest female guitar player you could think of.
Like I said, I know they all play the guitar, so I guess I don't really know the extent of a lot of their skills, but I know what you're saying, like somebody that's just known for playing a guitar.
Like the Clapton
Yeah.
of women.
Yeah,
And again, I think Clapton's overrated, but there's going to be a whole
yeah.
But I feel like, it took women a little longer to get there than
Fair
men.
enough.
So
Hey, it's tough out
they
there for
don't
the ladies.
have quite as long of a
They get paid
of a
30%
history
less.
It is
having
weird.
that role.
No, you're
so-
right. It is weird. If Joni Mitchell or Carole King or
Like, I'm
Bonnie
sure a lot
Raitt
of
or
those
Melissa
women
Etheridge.
can rip on the guitar, but you just wouldn't know.
And that's what I mean. If they
Yeah.
had been influenced in a different way growing
Yeah.
up, what they would have become.
True.
Because they can all play.
Yes, but
Real-
it's just not what they're known for.
Exactly. 252 WCMF. We are late, but I want to make sure we take this call.
Okay.
We started this conversation talking about a new study that showed electrodes to the brain increased people's math scores by 25 to 29%. Here's the other weird thing. It was only people bad at math.
Oh.
People that were already good at math saw no significant
so
increase.
it's me and you.
Yeah. And Kimmy. We had asked what you would want to learn with electrodes to the brain. Ben's got the last word on CMF. Hey, Ben, how are you, buddy?
Pretty good. How you guys doing?
Good
man.
to hear from you, bud.
So, I would take a zap to the dome if I could get good at either, be a master fabricator or a master at jiu-jitsu. Because then with the jiu-jitsu, I could help UFC fighters train, and I think that would be pretty awesome. And then the fabricators, I could literally build whatever the hell I want.
Ben, you could have whatever you wanted. And
You can have any skill you want. Like you could be good at girls.
Wow, screw you, Tommy. But no, my buddy, he owns a fab shop out in Auburn, and he makes over $250,000 a year.
Are you sure you're friends?
Yeah, no, we're friends. He built my old Jeep, and I don't know, I consider him a friend. But yeah,
Well, we're going downhill pretty quick. I consider him a friend.
All right, Ben's gonna make a bunch of stuff, and he's gonna train UFC fighters.
All right.
UFC fighters. Ben, have a happy 4th of July.
Yeah,
Don't
be
lose,
safe.
Don't lose any fingers,
have
buddy.
a good one. Keep your digits.
All right, thank you. There goes Ben.
your
Okay.
digits.
Remember when we said someone would say it and it would be obvious we're idiots? Someone that you hold near and dear based on the time you've had on this station. Colleen writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. Susan Tedeski.
Oh, somebody people have heard of. Bro,
be a
she's like a
dick.
old
Don't
blues
be a
woman.
dick. Yeah, but
I mean,
she's-
Yeah, but
she
that's
is
a
great
good.
guitar player.
But
I mean,
she's
we
not
asked for a
with.
name. That's a name.
Yeah, but she's not with Bonnie Raitt.
I mean, yeah, he's right.
All right.
I don't know.
All
Look,
right.
I mean, look, to his
All
point,
right.
I did say,
Yeah.
like, you know,
She's
like,
not Hart.
oh, how do we forget about Hart?
I just
How did we forget
well,
about
as soon as you
Hart?
said
I thought you
Tedeski, I
said
thought of Hart.
already.
Yeah.
You didn't say Hart?
I didn't say Hart.
Oh.
I did not say
I mean,
that.
she's good, but she's not of that level.
Okay, all right. Who was the chick in the? Oh God, why am I blanking? I'm gonna say this before we leave, so I better come up with it.
Who we talking
80s metal guitarist.
Well, you got Bonnie Raitt.
No, metal guitarist.
Metal guitar.
Metal guitar. Oh my God, I can see her in my freaking head right now. Blonde. That doesn't help. Oh my God!
I can't think.
What
of
is her damn name? Ah! Metal guitarist, hairband, blonde, Lita Ford.
Oh, okay. Lita Ford was
Okay,
huge.
that
yes.
is one. That's gonna
Yeah,
be.
she was probably at the best at that time.
Okay. She's probably you're doing pretty good back there.
I mean, I don't know what she looks like now.
Oh yeah, we all get old. Look at you, man. You think you're handsome today.
Well, I do look nice. I
Hey.
do look put together.
No, you don't. We come back,
With
wrap
dashing.
it up. Google what dashing is.
Look at them knees.
Next here in the break room on CMF. Tedeski Rapperoo.
Audio holiday coming up, Rapperoo.
That's right. Everybody have a happy 4th of July tomorrow. Maintain all of your fingers.
Be safe out there.
By the way, just a heads up. I mean, I know everyone listening to us is smart enough not to think about this,
What's
but
that?
police across the greater Rochester area, Monroe County, surrounding counties will be doing additional DWI detail
Oh, yeah, watch your ass.
all weekend, too. So be safe. Have fun. We need every single one of you listeners for us to stay employed. So do it for us. If you're going to do it for anybody, do it for us.
Yeah.
Do it for Lita Ford. Do it for Nancy Wilson. Do it for Carole King.
Yeah.
And the rest of those female guitar players. All right, we got to get out of the way. For Kimmy, who I can't even picture holding a guitar.
Be a lady picker.
Why?
I can teach you basic stuff on the guitar that'll make it look like you know what you're doing.
Okay.
Really?
No.
Okay, I was going to say, it doesn't sound like something you'd want to
I
do.
wouldn't stay committed.
I've been trying to get my daughters to do it, and they're like, no.
Play
Yeah.
guitar.
Well, not to, like, play, just to, like,
That's why I
Start
want to
a
know it
band.
instantly. I don't want to sit there for hours learning.
it's not, no, it's, like, really simple, because I'm not a good guitar player either, but people think that I know what I'm doing because I learned these little tricks.
Oh.
And it's not hard to write songs about Tommy because he's the most simple man ever. For Tommy Muley, did you ever play an instrument in your life?
No.
Not one?
So I had to take guitar lessons, and I think I took them for about a month, and it sucked. And that's it.
Well, yeah, I get it. There's no guitar small enough. Like, you would have to use a ukulele.
Yeah, that's what I used, electric ukulele.
She's got a hammy. My name's Pat Duffy. Have a happy 4th of July weekend. We will see you back here next week in the break room on 96.5 WCMF.